Welcome back, y'all. We are getting ready for LPL lower finals. Just one more best of 5 away until the grand finals, which is going to take place same time tomorrow, which, I'm not going to lie, guys, we were not expecting to start this early. Rude's supposed to be casting. He'll probably come in later in this series because both he and I were given the information that this series was starting an hour from now. So we're going to try to run through as much as we can. I'm Rafa. I'm joined here temporarily by Alk. We should have Rude in later. If not, well, we got Alk in, and, you know, but let's check out the bracket and remind everyone where we have been for the past couple of weeks here, Dimitri.
All right, so first of all, already, as we said, graphic already wrong. We're supposed to start an hour later than now, but here we are. It is Top Esports versus AL, a repeat of our Split 1 finals, and honestly, the route that these two teams have taken to get to this moment has been so different. Top Esports running through the top part of the bracket until falling to BLG in that 5-game series, and then AL, some of us were even thinking they might see an early exit into playoffs and are potentially now making a last-minute surge with everybody really starting to come into form.
Take a look at the rosters real quick and remind everyone who is playing tonight. Basically, this is a Split 1 rematch of grand finals between Top Esports and Anyone's Legend, and even a Demacia Cup rematch as well. We got 369, Kanavi, Cream, Jackie Love, and Hong in as support. And if we just take a quick scan over to the other side, oh yeah, that's right. One of the focuses here tonight, Dimitri, is looking at bot lane. Jackie Love and Hope. These guys going at each other's throats and trying to see if they can get one up on each other tonight.
And when we've talked about these two bottom lanes, it feels like for Hope, I think a lot of the fans have seen him not really perform in their eyes, where I have been a really big Hope performer, and I think that this guy is part of the reason why AL have even consistently gotten to these points. And when we're talking about bottom lane and even looking at Jackie Love and Top Esports, it feels like very similarly, Jackie Love for the last half of 2025 has really been that rock in the bottom lane, has been, I think, one of their best performing members. And while he doesn't, I think, have the same high highs as some of our other AD carries here in the league, Top Esports and AL are both kind of going to have to lean on their AD carries, especially if we're talking about a close matchup here tonight.
Yeah, and it's hard to kind of just pin it all on bot lane. Me and Rude, when we were first looking at some of the other focuses, which we may or may not be able to get to in our pre-show, so I'm just going to touch on it lightly right now, is the jungle matchup. That Top Esports series against BLG. Cubby said it best. The better jungler lost that day, but it is what it is. All on the other side of the rift, Anyone's Legend, Flandra, Tarzan, Shanks, Hope, and Kyle. And Hope against TES, probably one of the other top marksmen in the league, had his work cut out for him, but at least for his sake, he was able to put in his own share of the burden. And even though TES was definitely in the worst side of things and having to work probably 10 times as hard as Hope did, it's not like Hope was a pushover in that series either.
Oh yeah, Hope is still performing. Again, this is the last time we're probably going to talk about Paze, at least for a couple days until regional finals, so I'm sorry for you, brother. Yeah, you got work done, it wasn't enough. And for Tarzan, I think it's really important, especially when we looked at what jungle has become, especially as we've gone into this patch. Like, Pantheon has obviously lowered in priority. This Kiana champion is really starting to take over, and I think we are seeing kind of the prevalence of more of those AD assassins that we got similar to like Nefiri back in Split 2. So I think it's interesting that we get to see a Tarzan that is performing after what was a very, very shaky Split 3 regular season. This was a team that we looked at Tarzan and we're like, what the hell is going on? He went from probably one of the best junglers in the world at MSI to almost looking like we had the 2024 summer Tarzan.
Yeah. And I think in that way, it was partially due to the fact that he and Kyle were not finding the same synergy and the same magic that they were in Split 2, which is why Kyle was not performing nearly as good as he was when we first got the All-Pro votes. As we hit on before, Cubby mentioned it, the better jungler didn't win today in the Top Esports versus BLG series, unfortunately for Kanavi, despite the Astro gapping that he acquired, even on the Silas game into the Morgana jungle performance. I mean, literally every game that they won, it was pretty much Kanavi difference there. And even in the last game, I feel like playing as Vi, there's only so much that you can do for your team. You just have to send it for the boys, and then when your solo lanes are kind of letting you down, 369 Gragas, sorry, brother, that was a little too disappointing for our taste and expectations here.
Yeah, that was really tough. I think Kanavi may have earned himself an MVP throughout that series a couple of times, but the games didn't obviously shake out. And even the level 1 of that game 5 was just absolutely ballistic. Like you said, Kanavi definitely baptized both Shadow and Beichuan, but wasn't able to take it over the line. And that'll be really important coming into the series, as we are going to see walkouts here. We're no longer in Shenzhen anymore. Remember, today and tomorrow, the last days of the playoffs. The walk-in for all of the Noxus team coming into this split and coming into this year. I think it is so incredible that we are finally getting to see the rise of two of our most important players in Tarzan and Kanavi.
These two have been dominating the jungle pool for the entire year of 2025. They may not always be consistently 100% at the top of the game in every single week, but whenever we come to an end of a split, those two are usually the talk of the best junglers in the league. We look at Kanavi getting regular season MVP in Split 2, Tarzan getting finals MVP at the end of Split 2. What an eclectic and really dynamic way to just set up that contrast between these two. We even have Jackie Love, who is the finals MVP from Split 1 when Top Esports made the run all the way. Big thing that Jackie Love needs to be able to do against Hope is step up and deliver on that promise that he made back at the end of the interview, saying, I didn't feel like I deserved the finals MVP today, but I'm going to make sure I deserve it when we go to Worlds by the end of Split 3.
What is this intro, LPL? We're doing crazy as our game. We already started the games an hour beforehand. Let's get a crazy-ass intro to start as well. There are your lower final contestants, AL on the board here. You got fog everywhere. We've got the nice, crisp red Top Esports jerseys out. I think we've got ourselves in store for a hell of a best of 5 here tonight.
Low-key, Alec, I think I might ask producer Kai to just full screen this one, because this is pretty epic.
Oh, yeah. This might be. Let them do their intros. I'm gonna just let them do their intros.
This is so cool.
Shadow, Hope, Jackie Love.
Hey, who's the announcer? He's killing it.
辅助 kill 航。现场和屏幕前的召唤师们，让我们共同见证谁将在败者组决赛中脱颖而出，继续他们的冠军征途。LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Let's freaking go! Oh my god!
Oh my god, no way!
Oh, Rude! My brother! He's back! I think you're still muted in Discord. I can't hear you, but you might be heard on the stream. There we go, there we go. Everyone, shout out to Alk for just stepping in momentarily to fill in the color space so that Rude can... he just got the memo. He literally, we were doing the pre-show.
I logged on time.
Call.
I logged on time. I hear you guys doing the pre-show. I'm saying hello there. Why has my job been stolen? It's all good. It's all good.
You can blame Riot or whoever.
I am. Hey man, I'm blaming them. I know that nobody here would have done that.
Okay.
Without good intentions. We're back though. We're ready. Let's go.
We are so back, baby. All right, Rude. We kind of glazed through a majority of the run of show points, but I'm getting word from producer Kai that we might have a little bit of extra time to just kind of marinate a bit and go back to some of those points to really elaborate on them, because this is such an important final here. This is between Top Esports and anyone's legend. This is now the third big best of 5 we have now seen from them all season long, if you count Demacia Cup final before the start of the year, right? Split 1, Grand Finals rematch, and now this match has so much stakes on the line here for Anyone's Legend and Top Esports in particular. Anyone's Legend, specifically, if they win this, Rude, they are automatically qualified into the World Championship because of having so many championship points from winning Split 2.
Yeah, and you look at that and you think that's a really big memo, but for these two teams, they've already hit those high highs. It'd be great for AL to win this series, to get to go to Worlds, but also they want to get another championship under their belt. In Split number 2, they won their first title. They want to do that again, right? Like, they're not going to stop just there. They'd love to be able to have a second championship under their belt, to be able to go back to the international events, this time Worlds, and make that legacy even last longer. They were the team that from the LPL stood up the tallest up against the LCK, pushing Gen G, T1 to 5 games. They want to be able to go back and do that again. They want to get some revenge over the LCK and start trying to take some names.
And for Top Esports in particular, winning Split 1, being Jackie Love's first title in quite some time, only for it to remain in stinging disappointment internationally and kind of adding to the prolonged narrative that Top Esports, they dominate domestically, internationally they fumble, right? And it would be so amazing for Top Esports to rewrite that narrative, to be able to change that story going into the World Championship this year. You're going to have a better opportunity to have more stage games if you at least end up in the first or second seed by qualifying to the grand finals and then beating BLG and reclaiming another championship title to cap off your 2025 season. Because if you lose here, you go to the gauntlet, the regional finals bracket, and then third seed, best case scenario, but if you end up fourth seed, your world championship is not even guaranteed, because then you have to play against the fourth seed of the LCK. And at this point, Rude, it could be Gen G, it could be T1, and I don't want to be in that scenario. But here we go, Rude. Draft number 1 for our lower finals. Let's get into it.
Yeah, and this is really for that opportunity in the World Championships. Let's see who can get to go up against BLG, go and compete for this Grand Finals title. Already a lot of focus on that jungle, as we can see Trundle, Jarvan, and the Kiana taken off the board. A little bit of a nod toward the top lane, and maybe a little bit towards Shanks as well with that Azir ban. Get to see what Top Esports finally round out with. We've got no Varus, we've got no AD carries at the minute, so things like Yunara as well, still open and available for AL if they want to take it. Plenty of picks, and we saw Hope have a good performance in game number 1 against JDG on that Yunara, so we'll see what it is that they are going to prioritize.
Go for the Annie. And the world is open in terms of carry junglers. Wukong, the common combo, still available, but even if that is sniped away by Top Esports, you can go for the Nefiri, as Tarzan has exemplified that he's totally comfortable with that carry jungler. You can also go for the Zed later on if that is not banned in the jungle pool. Top Esports just taking the safe bet and trying to eliminate the guaranteed Wukong Annie combo here in the first round.
So they get rid of that, and it does give now a little bit of free reign to Cream almost to get a good pick in that mid lane if he wants to on 3. This was the pick, though, that I talked about that they've left open, right? We've seen Hope perform well on this. Jackie Love now gets to take it away. The Yunara pick up for the MVP of Split number 3 has been taken up, and now we'll get to see what it is that Anyone's Legend want to try and answer that with. Normally we've seen things like Kai'Sa go into this Yunara as a bit of an opportunity to try to deal with her and duel her through the early stages of the game, and an Alistar locked in by her side certainly makes that little bit of sense. But instead, AL, they go hard, they go fast, and they go strong in that top side with the Sion.
Powerful frontline set up. I like this Sylas hover, though, from Cream. You would be able to get so many powerful ultimates here, especially with the Alistar and the Sion already showing. But Top Esports also thinking about, should they secure a priority support for Hong instead? And that's going to leave up the Sylas to be potentially banned away from Anyone's Legend.
I do think that Sylas hover is a little bit of a bait to try and get AL to ban it on this second phase. Versus the Annie, it'll do fine in the laning phase, but I don't know that Cream wants to take that. You can have a better lane on something that's a lot longer range, things like a Victor, and I think that so far Cream has been maybe one of the more underperforming members of this top esports roster. So securing him a good matchup, you can see AL going for those things that have got range that typically tend to bully the Annie out. Things like that Orianna, like that Victor, can get taken off the board, and then you'd almost say to Cream, hey, if you want to take the Sylas here, you're going to have to go the hard way around it. You're going to have to go through this brutal laning phase to try and make it work. Obviously, top esports, in their set of bans, they've got to ban away these AD carries and those junglers. It's a complete dipole of which two roles have been picked. The solo laners for anyone's legend are locked in. Top esports here don't have either of theirs, and maybe AL just look to take away something like a Gwen, or something that's going to be able to farm up easily versus the Sion and then be a menace in the late game.
I think it's very telling that anyone's legend is considering not even banning the Sylas. Yeah, they are not afraid. Top esports tried to goad them into saying, we're going to take this Alistar ultimate from you. And then anyone's legend saying, yeah, but Shanks will run Cream in lane. So, you know, that's on you, buddy. And for top esports, they're going to contemplate that mid lane choice a little bit longer. Go for the guaranteed counter pick into the Sion with this Aatrox.
Yeah, so good death ball already for top esports, right? We've got a solid team fight composition being picked up for them with that Wukong, the Nico, the Aatrox as well, just acting as a bit of a front line. Lots of space for Jackie to be able to do damage, and currently for anyone's legend, they've picked up largely the same thing, where they've got just a lot of front to back with their composition, with this Annie, with this Sion. But now the Kai'Sa here changes the composition entirely. It layers up so that the Alistar can try and find that flank angle, the Annie can try and find a flank angle, and then Hope bursts onto the backline, one-shots Jackie Love, gets the Yunara out of the game, and then you can start to take things a little bit slower. You can try and get through these bruisers, these less glass cannon style carries that top esports do still have. Obviously still waiting on Cream's mid lane pick here, and we get to see Tarzan in game number 1 whip out the Neferi, so a very, very bruiser-esque, skirmish-oriented dive focus from AL's back 2 picks.
Yeah, it was either this or the Zed from anyone's legend, and I think the invulnerability that you get with that Call of the Pack from Neferi gives you that extra bit of outplay ability, trying to dodge out on what would be a Pop Blossom or getting away from a Cyclone. Top esports contemplate long enough, and they decide that they want to give Cream a little bit of extra roaming power with this Rise, and even though you're not going to get to capitalize on some of these powerful ultimates from anyone's legend, I think the trade-off here, Rude, is the ability to contest the minion wave prio against Annie, thanks to the power of Rise, and also just trying to move around the map. When you think about their top esports series against BLG in the upper finals, Cream's Rise was one of the reasons why they won that game too and got an MVP for it at the end of the day too.
And I think that this Rise has an extra layer into those team fights as well. If we do see that big flank angle come through and it's onto Jackie Love as opposed to Cream, who I think is going to be the more higher focus target, you should be looking for Jackie in these fights. That Rise is just going to be able to root up the Kai'Sa on entrance. So frequently the combo for Kai'Sa is to ult into the backline, do a quick burst with a W and a Q, and then invisible, go away, try and buy space. As the Rise, you EW, she's rooted up in place. That gives, you know, a 1.5 window, 1.5 second window for everybody to turn tail, focus that Kai'Sa down, and then maybe try and take her out of the fight.
I think top esports recognizing some of the pitfalls that caused them to lose their series against BLG. When you think about the champions that Jackie Love had to pilot, they weren't things that he had been able to carry on during the regular season. He had never gotten a chance to play Yunara. He didn't get a Kai'Sa game for himself. The only super mobile AD carry that he got that entire series was Lucian and Ezreal. Everything else, not the most agency. We get a chance to look at the predictions real quick.
Wow.
Rude.
Okay.
Oh, you're pushing for top esports to go to grand finals.
Yeah, I am. I've been a fan of them the majority of this split. I think that AL's games versus JDG, despite it being a 3-0, you know, there were 2 games that were very ropey.
Well, let's see how it all unfolds, guys. It's finals weekend. It's lower finals, game 1. Let's hit the rift. Guys, we're the Gios. This is lower finals.
What is happening? What is happening? We put them in the stage.
I see so many people. Ain't no way it should be that quiet. Come on.
Yeah, I agree. We're flaming right again for the second time. They pulled the show forward and then they didn't put the crowd mic in the right spot. That's 2 strikes, buddy. 1 more and we're gonna have to relinquish your duties. But, you know, we have got this lower final here, and obviously, for AL, this is a bigger series than just going to finals, as you highlighted in the pre-show, Mark. They win this, they go to Worlds by virtue of championship points for top esports. Not quite the same stakes if they win this. You know, they get to play in the final, they get to try and find their second split title in this year. But this series already, I mean, this has been the marquee matchup for 2025 between Top Esports and Anyone's Legend. Demacia Cup was the final, split number 1. So many battles back and forth with one another. Early heal being spent down here, but this is double range bot lane. Top Esports should be more than happy to take these trades, and you can see Kyle having to expend that summon spell early just to keep purchase in the lane. But these are the two teams that have been, you know, dicing with one another for so long through this split, and it's almost sad that they come to blows not in the grand final.
If only Top Esports was able to clinch out Game 5 or even Game 1 of that series. So many what-ifs that BLG were able to, at the end of the day, punish. And it's what puts Top Esports in this scenario, whereas Anyone's Legend has had to work through the lower bracket since getting knocked out in the first round. Kareem sees Tarzan and says, yeah, I need to flash that one, as Shanks was trying to set up a gank for the Glizzies from Tarzan.
So he is a little bit delayed on his clear for going for that, but obviously getting the flash on an immobile mid laner is a very powerful tool and a very worthwhile sacrifice as well, making sure that the sort of weak spot for Top Esports is open to being punished. No flash in that mid lane does mean that the Annie's going to have a good opportunity to try and punish on the majority of those waves. We talked about the fact that Cream, you know, picking this rise gets him push, gets him the ability to push and move, roam out onto the map, but now with no flash, it's going to be even more dangerous for him to push that advantage.
Other than the one mid lane visit from Tarzan, things have not gotten completely out of control. Obviously, a lot of power being shifted. Oh, flash from Kyle finds
That's
Hong,
first blood, surely.
flash away. The last hurt shot does Hope, we just want to send it over the wall. Can't get enough range. Jackie Love holding him in the line
What
there,
is happening?
making sure that Hope cannot pursue for another kill there, as the barrier was expended.
They're just scared that Kanavi's there, and, you know, with good reason, you can sort of see why. But, you know, if I'm playing solo queue and I'm Hope, I'm flashing in 10 out of 10 times there. But he knows that Kanavi's nearby, and ultimately, you know, I'm the one that's going to die in that situation. Now 369 having to avoid this Tarzan gank. You can see running around the Rosie with it.
369. Your ass might be fine here tonight. 369 flashes away from one eviscerate, but Tarzan is going to flash right on top. And the Darkened Dagger plus another flash from Flandra throws out the Laughing Panda emote. That's first blood going over to Anyone's Legend.
Maybe a little bit of overkill there from Flandra to flash in for an auto attack, but he'll be grateful that he gets an assist and a part of this kill. Really good opportunity here for Anyone's Legend to make the most of these split jungle maps where Kanavi played his hand on the bot side, wasn't able to find a dive up there, but 369, you know, he's pushed forward in that top side, unfortunately not able to make the most of that or get out of the gank. Didn't get the wave crashed in time, and now Anyone's Legend commit to this swap. You can see that, you know, we've got Hope up on that top side. Jackula's walking down to the bot lane. Sion's never really going to get punished. I just want to point out the win-loss ratio for Flandra on this Sion. 10-2 so far this split, I believe. That is wild.
That's a pretty good record. I like the confidence of that one, at least going into a lower finals where the implications of winning means that our team automatically goes to the World Championship. Good stuff from Tabe, just making sure that his team is set up for success. But on the flip side, Rune, you got some compelling numbers as well. Some, at least an undefeated record on Cream's rise for playoffs so far. Already, Anyone's Legend and Top Esports just trying to come out game 1 swinging. And even though First Blood did go the way of Anyone's Legend right now, they're going to have to do something given the fact that Top Esports has been able to give Jackie Love and Hong a lot of breathing room in their matchup.
Yeah, I like this recall actually from 369. You can see that Tarzan's working his way up to that top side. There's a dive thoroughly on the cards, as you can see a little bit of a commit from Shanks there with this health crystal in the inventory. All of a sudden the Annie is rendered useless in the laning phase, and you can't really commit to an all-in without your jungler. But the Aatrox knows that he can't really take those bad trades and then try to stick around, and I even think trying to cross back into this pre-level 6, he might be zoned out of this experience. Maybe get to see Tarzan work his way up here and try and deny Aatrox even more.
369 would love to get a small crumb, maybe a smackerel of some XP, if not gold. Unfortunately, 369, you have been designated to weak side, as Kyle, Hope, and Tarzan are now going to continue the dive, and 369 says, screw it, I'm going to pop my ultimate. I'm going to try to see how much CS. Wait a minute, we're actually turning this one around. Cream and Hong have arrived for a 3v3, and the World Ender gets to reap the fears of anyone's legend as they overplayed themselves on the top side, and Top Esports take all the benefits from it.
And Top Esports there with a big macro move. They take the Dragon and come to defend their top laner. 369 incredibly wisely there. He knows his XP bar better than anyone's legend. He walks in, he sacrifices a bit of his HP, but it gets him level 6. And with that World Ender, he's just got a little bit too much stats, too many abilities to keep himself alive. The healing comes through. That on top of Cream and Hong getting realm warped in there means that Top Esports able to turn that around very nicely. A great little response there, an area of the map that we thought AL had the advantage in, but the power of that rise, once again, Cream having his pick, making it work for Top Esports.
And Rude, I know I gave anyone's legend the edge in winning this series tonight, but this play is very reminiscent to one of the few mistakes that anyone's legend made against their series against JDG, where they stayed way too long trying to force this dive, and Top Esports clearly did their homework because they were able to rotate in time to punish.
Yeah, and you know, just looking at this replay as well, everybody except for Jackie is on their way up here. This is a play that, you know, Top Esports had thought about, they'd seen coming, and you know, 369 clearly communicating, hey guys, like, I can buy a lot of time here, I'm almost level 6. It's really solid performance from Top and a great way for them to capitalize. And now it's about what are they going to do with this small lead, right? You've got a little bit of acceleration onto the rise. That Trinity Force is going to get hit a little bit sooner for Kanavi. Fights around these grubs, you would expect now to be a little bit more favored for Top Esports off the back of that. Looking at the gold disparities, there's a little bit of gold in favor of Flandre on that top side, because 369 did ultimately still get denied a lot of gold, but the bot side, importantly, very much favored for Top Esports, as Hope losing out heavily in that top play.
Kyle stalls the entrance from Top Esports' bot lane. Kanavi now looking to flash in with the Cyclone. Looks for Shanks, trying to link up with Cream's Rise. The flash commit from Cream allows Top Esports to get the feat of warfare. And the fight is still going strong in the river. Kyle forced to flash away from 369's Darkened Blade. And the rest of the Pandas just cannot get a hang of Top Esports in the river.
Yeah, big overcommitment from Hope there, and unfortunately, you know, gets hit by that Cyclone, forced to ulti, flash barrier, and just about makes it out to safety. As an Annie, though, you've only got the flash, you've only got that one tool to get you out, and that wasn't enough to keep Shanks alive. Cream missing out on an overload, but ends up meaning that Kanavi picks up the kill in exchange. And just look at how deep Hope commits to trying to get this passive proc onto Hong here. He thinks that he can find a kill as on live. It does look like 369's in a little bit of trouble, but he's going to go down. Or
Tarzan, knowing that 369 does not have flash from the prior skirmish on the top side, but 369 is healing up a lot from just the power of the Darkened Blade, and man, that is so depressing if you're Tarzan on the other extension of that trade.
Yeah, really good dodge, though. Keeps himself alive, meaning that he's not going to get that proc, not going to lose out on his life, able to go back to base and, you know, once again, just delay this Tarzan, delay Neferi from getting to that first item. Nice to see that even though you're in a little bit of trouble, Cream is able to hold this wave out as well, and calls for Hong just to make sure that he's not going to be forced to lose out on too much. Overall, Top Esports having a pretty good time of things through this early game. Yes, 369 getting targeted quite a bit, but he's not going to be the focus for this game. It's about Cream, it's about Jackie Love as we move into the late game. A player who, you know, like we said, for the Split 3 MVP, didn't really get too much focus in the early game. But we know that he's playing this Yunara champion. Later on, he's going to be an absolute menace.
That's one of the big things that we're looking forward to, seeing Jackie Love have a little bit more agency for himself in these team fights. Meanwhile, back in the replay, I mean, Tarzan practically lands 90% of his damage, but 369 is able to hit the majority of his skulls as well, and he sustains through it, and that last Darkened Blade, or Darkened Dagger, I should say, misses out. Could have been the kill.
Yeah. Just barely as well, -1 Shanks, but it was a really, really close run thing in that top lane. Good to see that 369 just able to dodge out, and you know, despite all of the focus that's going his way, isn't feeling that pressure all that much. I think he's still going to be a force as we reach that 2-item spike. We know, you know, Sterax to Sundered Sky, it's going to go pretty well in terms of keeping the Aatrox nice and safe. really good to see that the Grasp of the Undying is getting utilized as well. Yeah, we are on opposite sides of predictions today. That is true. Oh, any beef? Tarzan, he could
maybe. I mean, this Glizzy is about to get shredded. He's not able to eat over the wall. Finally gets the
Glizzy's about to get gobbled. What are we doing?
Don't worry, we're not
right there.
at that stage. Well, we're not at that stage of the game yet.
I'm ruining you. I see.
It's okay. You're teasing the audience a little bit. You know?
am.
If Tarzan gets absolutely mauled, then we'll send it. But Top Esports right now, they're doing a really good job of answering and standing up to Anyone's Legend in the early game. Because when you think about how Anyone's Legend made their run here in the first place, they had just been blitzing and kind of hands-checking a lot of their opponents. I would give them the credit that they have a little bit smarter macro once they're in position with those advantages, but the TP being committed by both solo laners means that Anyone's Legend is willing to die for the second dragon, and Top Esports are saying, okay, cool. 369, you good up there, buddy? Yeah, go get that turret, man. Get that gold for yourself.
I want you to watch this gold lead now in the top lane. It was 300 gold. Look at what's going to happen for 369 as he's committed to this top lane play. And whilst it doesn't necessarily mean all that much that we lose out on the dragon for Top Esports, it means that they get a lot back into their top laner, who was 300 gold down, is now 200 gold up. That's a 500 gold swing in just the top lane for making this play on the dragon. As that's gone very deep there, Tarzan.
I mean, Tarzan is just trying to see if he can force them off his first break gold here from Top Esports. 369 pops the World Ender. He's not going to get out this time, so no chance to try even flash away. Anyone's Legend is able to at least get a punish down and one kill on their side. Hope, good use of the killer instincts, is able to sidestep another projectile from Top Esports. Could have been the last one that Hope saw before he hit the gray screen.
Hong there, barely able to get out to safety. I like that he's using the clone here to protect against any Void Seekers that are going to come through. But good that Hope's able to sustain off on that top side. I mean, looking at the gold overall, right, we were making the comment on the gold swing in terms of the play for the dragon. Yes, there's an element of gold that goes back over to Flandre for taking the kill onto 369. But 369 is still in a much better position than he previously was. He got 4 plates and first turret for that Drake play. Like, he's going to feel more than confident that that was the right call for him. Now a question or a matter of making sure that he levels up in that experience as well. He's still about half a level behind Flandre, but that's not too much of a concern. Given you look at the AD carries, Jackie Love very close to level 10, where Hope, you know, only halfway through level 8, so a really big discrepancy. And 600 gold in favor of Jackie Love. He's got a call that's about to pop as well. Yes, these items at the minute are the same, but in just a little bit's time here, it's going to be a very different story.
Flandre sees a wild Nico and immediately flashes away from the E, just to not even give a chance for Top Esports to get a lot of priority on the top side. Down to Summoner Spell, but he'll still be insanely healthy to absorb the wave and continue at least laning against Cream. The rest of Anyone's Legend, looking at the next objective coming up, 30 seconds away from a Rift Herald. Right now, it's Anyone's Legend at least just escorting Shanks on the bottom side of the map and putting down a lot of aggressive vision control into the quadrant of Top Esports, but I would be remiss if Anyone's Legend did not try and fight for this Rift Herald if they can't set up vision control. I know Top Esports are ahead in gold, but if they just let that objective go over for free and they don't have a counterplay on the map, I'm very concerned for the Pandas and just getting blown out of the water and just gold difference going into the mid game.
Yeah, and I think we did a lot of work early on, Rafa, at setting the stages for the series. Maybe falling a little bit in terms of the game here, as Kanavi's able to take away those little void. Okay. Yeah, takes away the Crab Tarzan, absolutely fine. But this game in particular, Hope and the rest of Anyone's Legend, they're on a little bit of a clock here. The power of the Neferi, the power of the Annie, two champions that definitely subside as the game gets later, especially relative to their counterparts. Rise is going to go massive, Kanavi as well, going to be able to quite easily handle an Annie in that late game, as we are going to have to turn this. Herald has been started.
Okay, Tarzan secures the Herald, but someone needs to pop and pick up the eye. They're able to turn it on the Hong after he expends his Pop Blossom. Massive Cyclone from Kanavi. Jackie Love is free firing, and they're finally able to push through into the front line. Rest of Anyone's Legend is forced to retreat as Cream sends it with the Realm Warp. 5 Shanks as he flashes over the wall, and Tarzan could be the next target, but he has the E to at least get back to safety. But Top Esports, they knew that was the objective Anyone's Legend were willing to die for, and they are right there for the punish.
And once again, importantly, 369 is able to get a turret. This time he TPs in and has an impact on the fight as well. Tarzan, are you trying to sniff away a little Gromp here? This is a little bit illegal from you. Maybe looking to catch people as they walk back into the jungle. We can see Kyle. Maybe fishing. Nothing here, nothing found from Tarzan, and honestly, quite rightly so. And he might even be the one that's a little bit caught now.
Oh, Tarzan.
Ugh.
I was just baffled. Okay, Anyone's Legend are still sending the fight, and maybe it was all an elaborate ruse. Cream is traded, and it's a big shutdown going over to the pockets of Hope. Hong trying to hold the line, but he's not really a tank. But Jackie Love is doing work on the Yunara, and Flandra as a tank just gets melted at the hands of Top Esports. There's no big objective to play for immediately, but 25 seconds, and the third dragon will spawn.
AL reached too far and Top punished them once again. That's a 2-for-1. On the back half of a play that went very favorably for Top Esports, they found a turret top lane and were able to find the really big fight around the Herald as well. No tier 2, and they importantly aren't able to claim the gold of this tier 1 mid lane turret. But it's another fight that Top Esports are coming out on top of. You can see Kanavi here gets punted out of the pit, and Hong kind of gets left out in the lurch here. He gets a good Pop Blossom onto Hope, but Hope's able to kill her Instinct out and get to safety. But then the rest of this fight, it's all Top Esports. Nobody's focusing Jackie Love whatsoever. Hope and Tarzan had free access, but they were caught between both carries. They know that if they focus Jackie, Cream's going to tear them a new one. If they focus Cream, vice versa. They couldn't stay there. They had to get out. And then the Realm Warp forces the Blast Cone, and then we saw the outset of that as well, the after effects, where we see another 2-for-1 in favour of Top Esports. They're 5k gold to the good here, Rafa, and I think as this game gets later, the game only gets easier for Top. They've got this Rise, they've got this Yunara, they've got some great setup with Hong as well. Follow that up with Kanavi, like the game plays itself for Top Esports.
And there's just been some plays from Anyone's Legend this game, Rude, where I can't tell if they are intently trying to orchestrate a bait to lure Top Esports in, or if players are just making mistakes. Like the Tarzan overstay onto the top side. Yeah, they get TPs coming in from their solo lanes to try and capitalize off after the play. But I don't know whether to believe that was intentional by Tarzan, or if that was, okay guys, they're overcommitting for me, we need to kill them, or I'm gonna be very sad.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B here, as you know, you can make mistakes, but it's on Top Esports to punish them as well. For every throw, there has to be a catch, and so far, Top Esports have done a very good job at capitalizing on that. Does look for all the world as though this first game is going to go their way. I think that for Anyone's Legend, their way back into this is, unfortunately, to kind of keep sending it. It's to try and find people caught out and to continue on with these fights. Maybe in the late game, Flandra can be a really big menace and a massive force, but in the last sort of 2, 3, maybe 4 minutes, he's not picked up a lot of gold, right? He's gone from having Sunfire plus Bramble Vest when we saw him lose his flash 5 minutes ago, to having picked up an extra cloth armor and those plated steel caps. Like he really hasn't been injected with much money recently, and he's now 1,500 gold behind 369.
Yeah, that's the world where you're getting dragged around as the main front line for your team. The rest of your carriers are saying, we want to go in. Flandra, you need to get in here. And
just
then
look at that on the side.
Yeah, and then Top Esports, every time that they have overgrouped, or at least Anyone's Legend has overgrouped, they have been willingly saying, yo, 369, we're giving up this objective. That's okay. Go farm that top side. Go get that bottom wave. And now, Aatrox is 2 items, and 369, even early on with the deficits, he was playing pretty darn well. He was receiving a lot of the games graciously, and now he's at a point where he can actually be a terrifying menace to deal with, despite not being, you know, a tank like Sion.
Yeah, and you know, they flew up the graphic of total player gold. 369 is actually the richest member in this game right now.
Holy.
Despite all of those issues that he found in the early stages of the game. You can see him maybe now even trying to flex that on to Flandra here in the bot side, from being quite happy to just take this little 1 versus 1. Finally, we get to see Flandra pick up a little bit of magic resistance, so he'll be able to stand up to Cream at that little bit better with the Aegis in his back pocket. But with Cream, you know, you're really focusing on the frontline players. You're trying to make your way through the Sion, make your way through the Alistair, and then maybe a flash combo onto Hope if he goes a little bit too deep. I do think that AL still have a way to commit to winning this game. Their pick focus in the team fights can yield them good fruit, but it's whether or not they've got enough damage and enough ability to quickly take out Jackie and Cream and then still have enough to deal with this mammoth duo that is the Bruisers on the top side. Kanavi and 369 currently are kind of in their heyday. This is the best part of the game for these two Bruisers, where they've got, you know, really powerful first items being picked up, a little bit of sustainability in their second, and then hopefully they can just run through the honestly quite squishy members of Hope and Shanks and Tarzan as well.
Yeah, that's the advantage of having a multi-carry composition and you don't fall behind. The fact that Top Esports have this massive gold advantage means that everyone on top is a threat. And even though anyone's Legend has the setup to kill one or maybe two people, you still have to deal with the others. And anyone's Legend is feeling the pains of that right now. They can barely walk through their own blue quadrant jungle as Top Esports bully them out. The teleport comes in for 369, and I think it's Otacon time.
Yeah, I mean, you take Kyle down to 50% HP. He's spellbook swapped away from the heal as well, so yes, he might be able to ghost his way through, looking for a flank angle around the backside of the Baron pit, but it's a long walk for him. Instead, just pops the ghost early, going to try and get in through the front door. 6k on the Atacon, and AL have bullied Top Esports away for now, just making Top Esports a little bit cautious.
Kanavi did take some damage. Kyle goes in right on top of Kareem's face. That forces the flash. Great response from Hong with the Paw Blossom. Kanavi's into the back line. And just like that, the Pandas get eviscerated. The Otacon still too healthy for Tarzan to try and look for a steal. Top Esport just made it look easy in the Otacon pit. And it's a 369 quadra kill to top it off.
And they put all of their eggs into putting 369 in the dirt. And this time round, he says no thank you. He will fight back. And he finds a quadra in the topside fight around the Atacon. I mean, I don't know who stole the Penta. Scumbag to that person. Kanavi Cream, whichever one of you it was. How dare you? This man has been through trials and tribulations in this game. Penta was the least he deserved for his efforts. But they managed to find two turrets on the side lanes. They're going to go back and take the Dragon as a sort of freebie afterwards. But this all comes from Hong. Kael goes in, but look at this Nico Pot Blossom. 1, 2, 3 members all caught up. He finds the route onto Shanks off the back of it as well. I mean, Hope here should never be getting hit by that Pot Blossom. He's got this flash. He needs to be monitoring where he needs to see the Nico. When this Pot Blossom's coming through, there's only 1 or 2 really big CC spells that he needs to be keeping eyes on. And it is the Nico Pot Blossom, it's the Rise route. If you can get away from both of those with the Flash and the Killer Instinct, you can do a lot more in these team fights, but really a pretty underwhelming team fight there. Something that, you know, cost them quite dearly. He's now down 2 levels, not really keeping any pace on items either. Despite the fact that he's even on gold with Jackie because he's been playing support Yunara this game. He's not in the best position.
Ooh. I didn't even catch this
Series
at the
score.
beginning. Series score. Top Esports currently favored for the year.
An all-time. Yeah, it's really nice to see that Top Esports getting this leg up in game number 1, and you know, through 2025 it has been that story. 4 people now on the bot side. 369 is healing off everyone.
Redemption comes in. It's an anti-one because it's from anyone's Legend side, and 369 will not get to see the light of day this time on the fight. It did cost a lot of tools from the Pandas to make sure that they could bring the World Ender down. Top Esports was able to at least push another wave into the tier 2 turret in the mid lane, and anyone's Legend get a chance to breathe for a little bit, but there's still no objectives to play for. 13 seconds before Baron spawns on the top side, and from Top Esports' position, Rude, it feels like you're just one good fight away from being able to march into the Nexus and just move on to game 2.
Yeah, again, to sort of demonstrate the power of these two compositions, if AL are looking to win these fights, they have to commit pretty much exclusively onto Jackie Love at this point. Committing onto Kareem isn't going to get you a kill because he has Seraphs plus Sonya's plus the help from Rod of Ages. And AL just don't have the damage at this stage in the game to make that work. They have to commit onto Jackie and then hope, you know, and I mean hope in the literal sense here, that they've got the damage to be able to get through 369 Kanavi and Jackie Love and Cream afterwards, which at this point in the game they simply don't. They're down 7,000 gold. They don't have the ability to quickly churn through one specific carry and then keep themselves alive. Yes, we found a quick pick onto 369, which sort of alleviated some of the stresses for a little bit there, but that's not enough to get them back into the game. For Top Esports, they've got 4 carries who are all you know, quite safe. I think Jackie's the only one who's particularly fearful for his life in this fight, but he's so little of a consequence and such an inconvenience, more so to the rest of his team, that it doesn't matter if he dies.
And now AL are forced to try and see if they can tango with top esports for this Baron. Massive knockup from Kyle, but there's no follow-up. He's the only one there. Hong flashing forward, identifies the real threat in Tarzan, getting the flash out. Hong is bursted by the anti-Tibbers throwdown. Rest of top esports trying to reposition around Jackie Love. He's firing and he's transcendent on the Yunara. No one is free hitting him. Hong sends it into the backline with a killer instant. He flashes away, and both AD carries go down swinging. But at the end of the day, it's still 3-6-9 Kareem and Kanavi that stand tall. They stand steadfast, and they're the ones outplaying anyone's legend in game one.
You can take down Jackie, but what are you doing about this Aatrox who is healing thousands of HP per auto attack in your face? Top esports are going to take the Baron. They'll be able to march this down mid lane afterwards, hopefully break open the base. But look at the HP on 369 through this fight. It just paints the picture perfectly for how difficult this game is for anyone's legend. Yes, they focus Cream out on the top side, get his stasis nice and early, but Jackie Love again free hitting the majority of this fight. And the healing, the shielding that comes through from this Aatrox is just insane. He gets taken down to 1000 HP. Sterax heals for 922. Then autos again, gets back to full HP, and he's just vamping through everything. You can see that even if Hope had have flashed away from a crucial skill shot, if he had found a way to take down Hope and take down Jackie and then still be able to DPS Cream, Cream's there with 2000 temporary HP. There's no way that there's an ability for Hope to outplay that and then have to still get through 369 afterwards. It is really all on this AD carry, and at the minute he just doesn't have what it takes.
Rest of top esports now getting aggressive into anyone's
they're
legend
going
red
in. Realm Warp,
quadrant.
Realm Warp.
Here comes the Realm Warp.
Beautiful!
Awesome! Perfect frame! Pop Blossom delivered by the Realm Warp of Cream! This is top esports in their peak form and at the right time, because every game matters in this best of 5 if they want a chance to qualify to Worlds against BLG.
Cream riding on the coattails of Hong there, sends the Realm Warp up, and the Pop Blossom is beautiful. It is time to perfection, and it sends AL's game 1 to a 28-minute grave. With the Baron at their backs, Mark, this game's done.
Top esports are at their best when it's not just depending on Jackie Love, when everyone is firing at their best. And boy, oh boy, did they give us a show. Game 1 goes to top esports in our lower finals.
Ooh, and if we've got 3 more, 2 more, 4 more of those games to go, Mark, this is going to be a great morning, great evening for you guys as well. That was a very, very, very good game to watch. Top esports firing on all cylinders from top to bot lane. I mean, for this game and for this series and for top esports in particular, we've been talking about Jackie Love and Kanavi. And for me, and this isn't a slight on them in this game, they were the 2 least relevant members of this game. Hong with massive Pop Blossoms. Cream, again, Realm Warp after Realm Warp doing really, really good stuff. 369 being put in the dirt for the first 5-10 minutes of the game and then coming out with Quadra Killer Atacon, the most gold in the game, like a 5k gold lead over his counterpart in the second half of the game as we closed out this first match. That is the top esports that needs to be feared and that, again, domestically, everybody's terrified of.
Go back to the predictions. Throw that up. Right now, if you're favoring top esports, you're feeling good about the way that this game 1 played out so far. Now, this is how things can sometimes mislead us on the broadcast. Game 1s, we're not going to be game 1 Andes, but I will give credit where credit is due. And when we look at top esports, their historical strength. Yes, Jackie Love has been with this organization the longest, the most tenured, and has had amazing historical legacy players in a revolving door always coming around him. And you think at the end of the day, well, if top esports has no one, well, at least they have Jackie Love. But you pointed out, Rude, the fact that Jackie Love got Yunara, which gives him a lot of freedom, a lot of agency to play the team fights as he wills, and he didn't even have to be burdened with doing the heavy lifting a majority of the time. That is a great sign, and that is where you want top esports to be. Because then if Jackie Love doesn't have that responsibility, then it's nowhere near as damning when he's not able to perform.
Yeah, exactly. It's really solid that seeing Top Esports can have these 5 players that are all coming together, and I don't doubt that if 369 was having a stinker, if Cream was playing poorly, that JackeyLove would have been able to do very strong work in those team fights, but he didn't have to, and that's what you want to see. Those are the bright spots through these games, and you can see like that's just mirrored in the damage, right? Like it didn't feel like JackeyLove was popping off, but he was still doing the most damage in the game, going crazy in these team fights, constantly front to backing effectively. And you know, he only died one time in the back half, where Hope sort of commits himself to taking him down and dies for it anyway. Even still, a really solid game number 1. What I love about this as well is that the kill participations are so even, and that's how you can generally tell how a team is functioning. Is okay, who's making the plays happen? Well, this time round, it was just out team fighting and outplaying.
And now the question for Top Esports, specifically their solo laner, comes to consistency for this series, because that has been the big thing that has plagued Top Esports from split to split to split. Obviously, they were able to lock in enough times in Split 1 to win the title during that part of the year, but when we look back at Split 2, when they fell to WE of all teams, 369 and Cream were kind of the big stinkers there. And then you think about some of the big question marks there. And Cream, even in the BLG series, has a great Rise game in Game 2, but then almost looks invisible in the last couple of losses against BLG. 369, we already talked about the Gragas game, which is, at the time, was so disappointing from a fan perspective, because we know historically 369 Gragas is usually one of his more resilient and enduring picks. But if this is the 369 and Cream we get for the rest of the series, then I'm not a flip-flopper. I will commit to my and you know, eat the burden of picking the wrong team to win, but we might get a rematch of our upper finals if this is the pace of the game.
Yeah, and Top Esports, right, like you mentioned it, they did it so well, and it is, as you mentioned, really about that consistency. For anyone's legend, it becomes a question of, well, what went wrong, right? And I think that with this composition, they pigeonholed themselves into a need to win early, and the second they lose that fight on the top side, where the TP, or the Realm Warp rather, comes through from Cream, it just kind of ruins their momentum in that game, ruins the way that their composition looks to play. And I think as well that when we've been so happy with anyone's legend, it's been because Tarzan and Kael are the two that are coming together, and in this split in particular, it's been when Tarzan has been popping off. It's a case of making sure that this jungler can do great work, and maybe it's the fact that he's playing up against Kanavi, a player who's, you know, pretty much on that wave, that it's tricky, because Kanavi can sort of say, this is where it's happening, this is what's going to go down. And I love this slow-mo, this replay. Beautiful.
This was so beautiful. The funny thing is, Rude, the game was over like 5 minutes before this play, but it was so sick. And just for like highlights, I hope our socials team got that, and just don't let the rest of the world know that the game was already decided, you know, before then. To be like, this is the game-winning play, perfect frame, blah, blah. I mean, come on. That pure cinema right there.
The Nico hadn't even popped up like on screen, and they just get hit with a triple. Like it was disgusting. It was truly disgusting. But Top Esports made it work, and they showed us what they've got for game number 1. Again, it's now that matter of consistency. It's a matter of AL stepping back up and going back to the drawing board, saying, okay, now we need to find a way back into this one, and hopefully being able to bounce back. The last 2 times that these teams have met each other in best of 5, they both series went 3-1. This was back in split number 1, it's worth saying. But the series were 3-1s either side. It was a trade. AL won the first one for Demacia. Top Esports won the second one for Split 1. So, you know, it was a good run.
That's right. Well, let's see who got the MVP for this series. Yeah,
I mean, this one's
kind of hard not to give it to 369 after he picks up a Quadra in the Otacon pit, and he's able to sustain the top side so long and essentially bait anyone's legend into their first of many demises that occurred this game 1, and it's a great return to form, hopefully a permanent return to form for 369, so that we continue getting the best of Top Esports. But Y'all, that wraps up game number 1 here of our lower finals between Anyone's Legend and Top Esports. Quick message though, as always, if you would like to support LPL English, consider becoming a Coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. So subscribe to our Coffee, linked in the chat, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for unique on-site interviews. Without further ado, y'all, Top Esports has taken game 1 here in our lower finals. We'll see what's in store for us on the other side of this break. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between Top Esports and Anyone's Legend. Top Esports took the first strike against the Pandas, which, I'm not gonna lie, Rude, based on the way that some of the things were playing out, was not my expectation. But if you're a Top Esports fan, you are, I want to say, cautiously optimistic right now.
You are, and you've seen highlights from 369, you've seen highlights from Cream, and that's a good showing. And you know, in series that Top Esports have faltered in, that hasn't been the case consistently. We hammered this home at the end of the last game. It's about consistency. If 369 and Cream can continue to do these really solid performances, Top Esports are gonna 3-0. However, the realistic part of this is that at some stage, 369 and Cream are most likely not going to have a massive MVP level performance, and that's when we're going to have to see if Kanavi and Jackie Love, those more consistent players, can pick up the slack and drag them over the line, or if we're going to get to see Shanks pop off in that mid lane, you know, dumpster Cream, make him this sort of wasteland of a mid laner and have a really good performance himself. Because I mean, the story of these two mids as well is a great one, where they were both the weakest members of, or the strongest members of weak teams, finally now find themselves on these very, very promising rosters.
Yeah.
And their stories have almost turned paths in this year.
I'm looking forward now. This is the time to continue proving that promise of, well, now I'm on a better squad. What do I do with that privilege, right? That is a story that has been seen in multiple scenarios over the course of not just LPL, and when you look at super teams being constructed, and Top Esports, and in some ways can be seen that way. When you think about Kanavi being brought in as the jungler to fill the shoes of what used to be Tien's role last year, and now Kanavi has proven to be consistently, even during his time with JDG, one of the best junglers that LPL has seen domestically for the past 5, 6, 7 years now, or however long Kanavi has been in the LPL league. And going forward into the second game of the series, this is where your solo laners from Top Esports, they're challenged on their consistency, because anytime the Pandas are struck down, evidenced by losing their series against Wavo, they come back with a wrath and fury 10 times the amount that we saw in the previous game. So now that AL returned to the blue side, I imagine that Shanks is not going to be stuck on something like Annie, where he doesn't have nearly as much carry power as you might have with, dare say, some of the assassin picks or some of the melee picks. And they're even sniffing out Cream's Akali here.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this Akali pick, as we move later and later into Fearless, is actually going to be a pretty big one, because we've seen Shanks have some pop-off performances on it as well. But the early Akali ban does suggest that they might be looking for something in that melee realm, or something that gets particularly owned by an Akali. So we'll see what it is that AL are maybe looking to set up for themselves. I think that that's thrown a little bit of a spanner into the Top Esports works. They get rid of the Orianna early doors instead, so those control mages getting a little bit more focused. We've got a few more junglers now open for our picks, where we've got the Trundle still open. That was banned in game number 1. Maybe looking to see if that gets early sniped away by anyone's legend.
Poppy is also available. Talia is open. Aurora, that was hovered the last game, but they went with the Rise, and Shanks or Flandra, depending on what is sent to the top side. Normally we see the Aurora top as an answer to the Rumble, which is banned, but still could be flexed around if ALC fit. Top Esports, though, go for the Pantheon. This jungler, for a majority of 2025, Rude, has dominated and been completely warping the game. But in recent weeks, the Pantheon priority has somewhat dropped off globally and hasn't seen nearly as much success. Here in LPL, it's still a mostly winning record. We'll see if Kanavi can continue that streak.
Yeah, and importantly as well, putting some early stake into Kanavi. I think something that we didn't necessarily have. Both of our junglers from game number 1 a little bit more level 6 focus with the Neferi and the Wukong this time round, though. Kanavi gets his hands on a ganking tool from level 3. This is a opportunity now for Kanavi to put his stamp on this series. After game number 1 was all about those solo laners, we should hopefully see a great performance from the king of the jungle himself. Now, with the solo laners slightly mismatched here across the board. We've got a potential flex pick for Anyone's Legend in that Aurora, and then jungle and bot lane picked up for Top Esports. What counters to the Leona do Top Esports need to ban away? Things like the Braum already taken off the board, maybe the Renata goes in, or maybe you're just going to be happy to trade the Rel, the Nautilus as Kael in this game. Again, a pick that he's had such a good powerful performance on. But I wouldn't be surprised if Anyone's Legend want to put Kael on this Poppy. Again, I remember Kael Poppy from the Game 5 of their MSI series that sent them home. Yeah. But it's a pick that he's played before. It's a good matchup into the Leona. And if it means that they've just eaten 2 free second phase bans, it's something to consider.
Rude, both you and I were watching that series thinking, okay, Anyone's Legend, they got this. It's Kael's Poppy. We can trust him to bring it home. It was such a surprising, very disappointing way for that series to end, because we had seen the clips where Kael's Poppy was forcing other supports to think about, hey, you should take this away from your jungler. You should pick it for yourself because it is that damn good. Top Esports, though, have eliminated 2 support options just in case. The Victor locked in for Cream since they cannot get the Pantheon Talia combo locked in since it was banned away. And Anyone's Legend contemplating what is their response for their last 2 picks.
I was thinking an Ambessa might get sort of taken here for Flandre on that top side, but maybe they're just going to look to take the Aurora blind if this Galio gets locked in, or do some really fancy flexing, because the Galio, again, another pick that's very good into the Leona, can go support if it wants to. Curious as to what we get to see from Anyone's Legend here. This is still very much up for negotiation. Could be a jungler getting locked in, could be a top laner getting locked in. I think that this probably resigns the Poppy into that jungle role, but Top Esports need to figure out what it is that they want to round out their composition with. And yeah, I think that this hover does make a lot of sense. It means that there are a lot of moving parts around the map, so gets locked in. We can talk about it now. You're going to have the Trundle taken into the jungle, Poppy most likely to flex down to the support role, and then the Galio mid, the Aurora top lane, blind for Flandre.
And check this out, Rude. You can still flex some of these options after Top Esports lock in their top laner of choice, because there could be some matchups where you think, oh, you know what? Trundle would actually work better here top lane. We'll send the Galio support. We'll put the Poppy jungle. Oh, you know what? We actually like the Aurora top lane here. Let's put the Galio mid, Poppy support, Trundle jungle. They have so much flexibility. And with the York being locked in for 369, I don't hate what Anyone's Legend have decided on. Using the Aurora, having the guaranteed mage range advantage so that you can avoid going in for those brutal sustained trades against the Yorick. And now you have Kael on his Poppy, you have Shanks on the Galio. My only concern is, Root, when I'm looking at Anyone's Legend's composition, is you don't have real engage on this team. Someone's got to go in to set up the hero's entrance, and that's it.
Do they? I will counter you with a do they, though, because I look at Top Esports' composition. We've talked a lot about Anyone's Legends because it's a little bit choppy and changey. Top Esports, they have Leona, they have the Pantheon. They're going to look to engage themselves, and that might just be the ticket for Anyone's Legend to just absorb the engage. Now, I will double down with you, and I will go actually. Finding access to Cream and finding access to Jackie Love isn't going to be the easiest thing in the world this time round, because the Victor and the Corki not dive champions innately. If they find themselves in that front line, they've done something very wrong, and I think for Anyone's Legend to get access to them, that's then going to be a little bit more difficult. But I think that to start off these fights, we are relying very heavily on Top Esports to find those engages, and it's for Anyone's Legend, their ability to absorb it. Maybe just using Sivir ulti and a Trundle pillar.
Receiving those engages, then countering, resetting the pace of the fight. Maybe that is the key for Anyone's Legend, as they were losing a lot of those team fights and scraps in Game 1. But here we are, hitting the Summoner's Rift for Game 2 between Anyone's Legend and Top Esports.
You're like, I can see them saying Jayo, I just cannot hear them. I literally put my ear closer to my own microphone in an attempt to make it work, even though I know that's not how sound systems work. But
no, I I fear it's the other way around, but you know, I can appreciate you giving the extra effort just to see if people are actually cheering, which we can tell that visually they are. But so
we're getting
Rude,
owned on the back of this.
Let's do
Go on.
this. For game 3, when we get to Gyos, if we don't hear that much, we just gotta supplant it with our own Gyos.
Yeah.
We gotta help out the crowd.
And I'll try and make it sound like it's an echo as well. I'll run to the other side of my room and I'll just scream Gyro from there, you know? Like, I'll go the whole way. Don't you worry. I'll get the immersive experience for the crowd at home.
Amazing. I don't see anything too exciting in the rune setup. Oh, wait a minute. 369 with the Comet start. Probably just because you are into a ranged matchup and that's the only way that you're going to be able to do any damage.
Yeah, and I want to look at how these compositions are going to look to function as well. I'm once again at odds with the AI bot, to be honest with you, where it said that in the early game, anyone's legend going to be favored. As we get later into this game, Top Esports are the ones that are supposed to sort of take their reins. I don't think that Top Esports have got bad scaling by any means, but I don't think that it, you know, diminishes what AL have to scale with either. This Sivir has got a really good mix of abilities and targets to focus, right? 3 melees for the ricochets to go between, and expectation is that that can pass and go through to that backline as well. Would like to see that AL get to this late game. They can use Hope to do that. The tools for Top Esports as we get into the late game, though, very much geared around Cream and the way that this Victor can stay safe. What targets and what possibility do AL have to get on top of this Victor? Well, it's a Justice Punch in, it's a Pillar here, and maybe Kael, you know, with these Poppy engages can make something happen. But Kanavi early in the top lane.
He skipped a camp just to make this gank happen. He skipped the whole top bot side, and Kanavi comes up huge for Top Esports, and it's first blood.
Yeah, so he's going to be able to go back to base now, got that first blood gold, which probably just offsets the 300 gold that he would have got from the camp, so he's going to get the same recall anyway. But then that second base is actually going to look very, very good for him as, you know, denying the Aurora that crash in the top lane. Really solid performance and really solid early game from Kanavi. Again, we talked about it. He is the guy who you want to see make these early game plays, and with the Pantheon, he has that agency. On the Wukong in game number 1, not necessarily those same tools. Good to see that he's making the most of it this time round.
You can see that Tarzan was trying to find some pings onto the top side of the map if there is an angle for 369, but he still has his flash, so it's not going to be the most guaranteed plays set up there. And that ward on the Raptor camp, Rude, they knew that Kanavi was there. They just didn't expect him to skip his entire bot quadrant.
Yeah, now looking at live on that top side, it looks like they're trying to find a trade back onto 369, but he's able to get out without even burning his flash there. So a really good absorption once again by the top laner of Top Esports. Being put under pressure, but being able to withstand it. And now looking at this mid lane, I mean, Shanks is hovering very nicely toward this top side, so he might be fine.
Flash from Kanavi, maybe. Shanks gets enough speed, but Kanavi goes for the Empowered E, and Shanks immediately recognizes, I need to flash this wall or I am dead to rights. And Top Esports, it's not another kill, but it's another impact made by Kanavi's Pantheon in the first 5 minutes.
Now, Galio with no flash, not the biggest deal in terms of trying to keep safe. Still has Justice Punches, still a Galio, and once you've reached, you know, maybe 1-2 bases, you've got enough statistics usually to be able to withstand a gank, especially of a Victor in the early game, frequently touted as one of the most useless mid laners through the early stages of the match, but that's at a trade-off for his ability to absolutely mince you in the late game. Now, Top Esports, again, like you say, found a really good start to this. Need to see them continue to do that, really. This Pantheon, again, a champion that, as we move later and later into the game, is going to find it harder and harder to gain access. The reason we love this AL composition is because of the Poppy, because of the Galio, and their ability to thwart engages.
And that ability to disengage and reset the fight sometimes might not be capitalized from other team perspectives, but when you are playing with some of the best players in this league, be able to make the most out of it, that is what can be the difference maker there. And if it still doesn't make sense to you, well, we recommend going over to prodiff.gg and use the code LPL10 to try and schedule a one-on-one with a former or current pro from the LTA, ERLs, or the NACL. They'll do a better job of explaining it probably than I can, as now Tarzan is trying to make a prodiff of his own. He wasn't able to get anything burned from 369 in the first view, and the rest of Top Esports responding to make sure that 369's Yorick doesn't fall behind.
Yeah, and fortunately this time around, Anyone's Legend not going to bite the dust in the same way that they did in game number 1. They recognize actually this is a reach a step too far, and it means that for the time being, 369 able to sustain a little bit more. But even despite that first blood, look at the gold disparity, look at the difference in this top lane matchup. Flandre was able to hold a freeze for a fair while on that top side, deny a lot of gold and a fair bit of experience from 369 as well, who now finds himself, you know, with his CS pretty much being doubled. As I mean, we've seen this exact standoff between AL and Top Esports. This was split number 1. I remember Crisp and Kyle just walking side by side with one another. But this time round, looking at once again, seeing if they can punish this Yorick on the top side. He goes back to base. He's going to walk out towards bot side because Jackie Love's up here to try and catch this wave. But if he can get into the wave itself is the question.
Slam into the wall. Oh, it doesn't quite hit the slam onto the wall. Jackie Love still has both barrier and flash. Flandre throws down the ultimate, not that much damage. And this is looking like game 1 all over again, where the overplay on the dive doesn't really get anything for Anyone's Legend.
I'd say that the difference here is that it's a misplay on the dive. Jackie Love should have at the very least been forced to burn a flash, should have had to have something happen to his summoner spells there, but instead he just Valkyries, walks out to safety. It's a late steadfast presence from Kyle. Yes, he gets hit by it, but really you should be looking to hit that the second that the Corki Valks. He got sort of two-thirds of the way out before that W ends up getting used, and you can see he's, you know, taken 20-30% of his HP, hasn't been forced to go back to base, lost maybe a wave or so under the turret, but is absolutely fine and is working his way to now be able to pick up these little bits of gold on the top side without any real recompense.
Just showing the fact that Top Esports have been able to give Jackie Love so much breathing room in these first 2 games, and Anyone's Legend has not really put that much pressure onto him. Continues to play into Top Esports' overall win condition. We said before, hang on, his TP's coming in, but Jackie Love should be able to escort Hong out, so I was a little concerned there, but then I saw Jackie Love there. Hope popping the ultimate for extra movement speed.
Kanavi 6, and he's close by. They need to be careful.
I think he's setting up the Grand Starfall. It looks like he was in range, but doesn't pull the trigger quite yet. They're looking for the wraparound. Shanks was walking, ready to see if he could anticipate the collapse onto the top side, but no flash on the Galio, and the pillar actually leads to his demise. He's not able to get out, and now Kyle and Hope are led into their doom, forced to flash away. Here comes the Grand Starfall, and it's King Kanavi spreading his wings and his dominance on the Rift here in Game 2.
That's the grubs for Top Esports as well. 3 kills in the first 9 minutes of this game. It's another early game dominion from Top Esports. This time round, it's coming off the back of Kanavi, 3-0 on this Pantheon. Yes, he's down a level on Tarzan, who's now walking in to try and steal away one of them, unsuccessfully so. He's 1v3 walking in here, but he's got his teammates walking.
Yeah, Hero's Entrance will come over the top. Kanavi flashes away from the knockup itself, gets out of the taunt range, and Kanavi's able to create enough distance. Tarzan wants to see if he commits over the flash. Yeah, both of them are flashing over. Kanavi now realizes he's got nowhere else to go, and the Pandas are at least able to get 1 kill back into their pockets.
And they needed that desperately. You could see it on their sort of ambition through this that they were looking to look at finding some fights.
Whoa, party foul! Hey!
The OPGG review has unfortunately owned you. We'll take a look at this replay to move on from the fact that your Pantheon ratio is absolutely stinky. But Tarzan here, I mean, he kind of leaves his mid laner out, but he doesn't have anything else other than a pillar to throw up there. And then this Grand Starfall, you can see he's expecting double flashes, and then really good actually from AL that they path down to the bot side and don't think and recognize that tier 1 turret is not a safe haven like they might have first thought. But looking at this now, Dragon Live has been for the last 5 minutes. I was expecting this to be a bit of a trade. Instead, Top Esports, they found the first 3 grubs, and it looks like they're going to be able to secure this first dragon as well.
Cream might be in a pickle here. He still has flash, but he's on the wrong side of the wall. Throws out the Arcane Storm, gets slammed into the wall by Kyle. He finally flashes. Kanavi now is in the front line alongside Hong, and Kyle is getting brought down below 200 HP. Tarzan, critically low, cannot participate in the fight any longer. Shanks arrives to the party, but The rest of top esports have regained control, and now Shanks might be in a world of trouble here. He doesn't have flash from the fight before on the top side. The Justice Punch gets interrupted by Kanavi Stun.
Oh, snipe!
And he gets a twofer with a nice Comet Spear on the top. That's a 2-for-0 special in top esports' pockets.
It's a 5 versus 4 offer, and top esports are making the most of it. They were down a member. 369 has spent this entire time wailing away on the top side, and once again it's a game where he's put in the dirt early. He's playing this notoriously awful matchup of Aurora, playing a melee versus Aurora. He was down 25 CS, he was down a boatload of gold. Flandre, though, he comes down to the bot side to try and make this play onto Cream, to try and make this play onto top esports. Sacrifices all of his lead in that top side. And what do they get for it? They get absolutely nothing.
It is just crazy to see that Anyone's Legend, for the second game in a row, are over-investing their players to guarantee a numbers advantage, and they still can't win the damn fights here, Rue.
Exactly, and look at this from Kanavi. You know, Kyle, you're thinking, how on earth does he go down? But he walks forward. Just a little poke there from a Comet Spear. Takes down the Poppy. Maybe getting a little bit too overzealous, a little bit too comfortable with his HP. Really good snipe, and now it's all about top esports and their ability to funnel more gold into Cream. I mean, they've got a lot of gold currently on Jackie Love. He's in a pretty good spot. Kanavi's done a very good job through this early game as well of making sure that he has got 100% kill participation, being where he needs to be. But for Cream, you know, 4 stacks extra, so he's got, what, an extra 80 Victor bucks there. He's worked his way through 2 upgrades already. Now he's the focus down on the bot side with no flash, but he's got an army of players walking to try and help him out. Throws down the Chaos Storm, and he's out of safety. He's out to safety.
Yeah, the fact that Tarzan can't even threaten a flashless Victor with the pillar setup, that is not a good sign. And between that and the fact that I've been exposed on my Pantheon ranked win-loss ratio, I was so distraught. I went back and looked it up, and I was like, that cannot be right. That is unfortunately correct. And when I'm looking at Anyone's Legend, I think they're in the same mind state that I am right now. Utter disbelief.
For Anyone's Legend, I mean, the game, it doesn't necessarily get much harder, or much easier, I should say, sorry, as the game gets later. They're relying very heavily on Hope, a little bit on Flandre for his ability to maybe try and one-shot Jackie, and maybe take Cream quite low as well. He's gone for this Blackfire Torch build instead of the, you know, Rod of Ages, the more sustain-oriented Victor. But Tarzan's walked into a Kanavi.
Solar Flare from the whole CC chain. Shanks, with the hero's entrance, might stall the fight out here, but Cream comes back, doesn't even need the Arcane Storm. Everyone from top esports is just that much further ahead. Good keeper's verdict from Kyle, and Kanavi lives until the very end, but bought so much time, and now the rest of the Pandas are just trying to flee their own jungle, but Kyle doesn't get far. Shanks might be the next one. Feasted up by top esports, and they're serving up this Stone Sentinel for dinner.
Double kill for Cream, and this Victor is already so much further ahead of the curve than he should be that this game is going to get infinitely harder for Anyone's Legend as it goes later and later. It is all on their AD carry once again, and it feels reminiscent almost of AL Series versus JDG, where we were looking around the map and just despairing for pays. This time round, it's almost the same for Hope, because he's 0-0-1, able to get out to safety. He got a little bit of a pickup of gold from that cool cash-in. He's out CSing Jackie, but the rest of his team kind of fumbling and crumbling around him. Cream even able to take this tier 1 turret down on the bot side. No contest off the back of that fight. It's all looking good for top esports, and you know, Cream at this stage in the game, we talked about in the early stages of this matchup, in this draft, that getting access to Cream was going to be tricky for Anyone's Legend, and the fact that he's ahead of the curve as well just means that it's an even bigger problem that they can't find him.
And low-key, I thought he was going to go for like a Rod of Ages build, knowing that he was going to be a prime target and just make it much harder for Anyone's Legend to try and break down. He went for Deathfire Torch first, or Blackfire Torch, I should say. So not only he's pumping out much more damage on this first spike, now he's going to go a little bit of a healthier route, more durability with this Haunting Guys, probably building into a Leandries. But top esports already have an accelerated mid laner, a Victor that is about to cash out on all these upgrades very early. Anyone's Legend are forced to play for this Rift Herald because once again, Root, it's like game one all over again. Top Esports have this massive gold advantage that the Pandas clearly weren't expecting, and they are on the back foot, and their composition doesn't necessarily get better the later the game goes, albeit for this Sivir late game win condition.
And that's really what they're going to have to hem on to. On the hunt, burned.
Kyle, I mean, he just got blown up. Jackie Love and Han getting it done into a 2v4, by the way, and the rest of Top Esports focused on Shanks, who teleported into the backline, but he's about to get eviscerated and blown to smithereens. Kareem and 369 make short work of him, and Top Esports are running away for a second game in a row.
Yeah, and this is the second series where Shanks has had a big flash and a big fail. That time round, the same thing once again. He teleports into the play down in this up on this top side. His taunt hits nobody, his flash gets him out of a gravity well, but he's not really able to make that impact in that team fight, and maybe a double taunt there changes the way that this thing goes, but Jackie's still happy, still has flash, and Cream now, again, has flash as well.
Oh, I wish I could say that Tarzan was able to win that, but even without Arcane Storm,
oh dear,
Cream is just... Oh no. Kyle has to suffer for the sins of Tarzan, looking for an opportunistic pick onto Cream's Victor, but even without the Arcane Storm, this Victor is way too damn fed. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal, about to pick up empowered tier 2 boots.
Okay.
We're just glazing my collar caster for no reason. Okay, that's whatever.
What I know is he had to work really hard to find an AD carry that had a positive win ratio, so I appreciate that a lot. Look at this flash from Shanks. Where is brother going? It's actually a really good Chaos Storm. I didn't catch that live, but the Chaos Storm, it interrupts channels. So his taunt, he was looking to hold on to it, but the Chaos Storm stops the taunt channel, and it means that actually as he walks back in, he's really killing himself because he doesn't have the long range taunt. It's not being built up due to that call from Cream.
Rude, just think about from a Top Esports fan perspective that one of your biggest concerns going into this series was, are my solo laners going to lock in? Is Shanks going to gap Cream this series? Well, so far, it's been Cream gapping Shanks, and that is a great sign to see because for this player, he was the biggest question mark for a lot of the consistencies that Top Esports would sometimes stumble from, as Cream still has flash. He's able to bully them away with the power of his ultimate, and the rest of anyone's Legend, what they were looking for, has been quickly dashed away, and Top Esports regained control of the topside river.
Yeah, Cream just sort of looked at Tarzan and went, "Who do you think you are? Like, you don't have damage, brother. What are you doing?" And it makes it pretty disgusting that he just walks forward, ultimately very quickly loses 50% of his HP. He didn't burn Subjugate, which is pretty big, but you can see this Rift Herald, what is happening. Are we walking in here, AL?
Keeper's Verdict punts away one. That is Cream being sent away, but the rest of Top Esports are just as strong, and Tarzan in the middle of 3 gets vaporized, and the rest of anyone's Legend are just getting scrapped up by Top Esports one after another. The Shanks Heroes entrance stalls the fight a little bit, but the result is going to be the same as Flandra finds himself on the wrong side of the tracks. Decent damage though with the Aurora, flashes away for the rocket, but it's 369 with the shovel bonk and sends Flandra back to the fountain. At least Hope is able to trade 1 kill back, but it's 4 versus 14 and a 5,000 gold deficit that the Pandas have to somehow climb back from.
Yeah, I think that Hope gets Infinity Edge off of that fight, which is maybe a saving grace here, but watching that replay, a lot of things again are just really tricky to look at. We've got AL, Flandra hops in here. Good Keeper's Verdict, you get away that priority target, it means you should be able to walk forward, but Jackie Love kites up towards the Victor. Tarzan flashes into his face as well, and on the backside of this fight, in the 3 versus 2, it's a trade of supports. That should never be the case. Hero's entrance actually does a good job at double knocking up Cream and Kanavi, keeping Hope alive. And then Flandra, accidentally I think, goes back in here, gets a good bit of damage onto Cream, but then watch this taunt from Shanks, he's holding it. Call it back, save your top laner!
Just snap the taunt, please. I promise the range is right there, brother. And for Top Esports, they are benefiting from every single misplay that anyone's Legend is making in this series so far. And if we were to base it just off of Split 2 performance, this would be a heavy mischaracteristic from anyone's legend, we would be totally surprised. But unfortunately, Rude, this is looking a lot like what was happening to the Pandas during the regular season just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, and you know, toward the back end of the regular season, I got really hyped about AL, sort of thinking, okay, they're a team that are back to that MSI level, to the team that can really start to challenge with the best of the LCK. Tarzan now once again trying to find Cream, who still has Flash.
Ooh.
Finally forced to expend it. But with On the Hunt burned as well, any fight around this Atacon is now going to be infinitely harder, because trying to get access to Cream, again, going to be that much more difficult. Still got this bot lane tier 1 turret to try and wrestle behind as well, and that's not the case for anyone's legend. You can look at their bot side, their tier 1 turret completely gone. Fortunately, both members in the top lane at the minute have got teleport. 369 pillaging the jungle as well, as we can see him taking the Gromp on the minimap. But again, this game, if it gets stalled out, for Top Esports, they're quite happy. Look at who's got all of the gold. It's Cream. It's Kanavi. It's the late game carry for Top Esports in that mid lane, who's got the ability to take this game long.
There's a death brush being set up by the Pandas, but they're not going to get that much mileage out of it, and now the Top Esports members are slowly collapsing. Keeper's Verdict punts away one. Hong and Kanavi still on the front lines. Hong gets bursted out. Kanavi slammed into the wall. 369 can't really do anything to bail him out, and Top Esports, for the first time this series, it's a big fumble from them. Anyone's legend, they have a chance to try and turn the game around, but now it's all eyes on this Otacon, which is barely below a quarter of its HP. There's still plenty of the health bar that they have to work through, but Tarzan is going to try to do his best to chomp through it.
Cream and Jackie can still go nuclear here. I'm expecting them to try. 5k HP, they're getting whittled away by the Atacon. Look at Jackie on the side.
Jackie Love
Bounce forward.
Oh my god, he was an assassin, making sure that Kyle doesn't live to see the light of day. Flandra could be next here, but a quick flash from Tarzan. Actually, it's not even a flash, just a quick chomp. And his team is saved from certain death. Flandra not having to drop another one on his kill record. And anyone's legend able to sneak away with the Otacon, but now Top Esports have an opportunity to take this dragon.
Okay, the Drake for an Atacon is a trade that anyone's legend should be happy to take here. Those Blood Roses is actually going to be very, very important. But this is actually a really awfully played fight by Top Esports, and anyone's legend actually able to capitalize on it. Really good punt away. Jackie Love not a part of this fight at all, as he gets sent to the Netherrealm with that Keeper's Verdict. Hong is in 1 versus 4. Then Kanavi goes in 2 versus 5. 369 gets hit by this taunt as well, and he's not able to do anything. Tarzan does a great job at buying time by zoning away Cream. He takes the Subjugate, is tanky enough, and now we're fighting again.
Okay, Top Esports, where are your damage dealers? Cream is still trying to walk on over. Kanavi taking a lot of damage. Thankfully, the stair stage is there, and it's popped. It gives him a little bit of a second win in the fight. 369 trailing behind, trying to see if he can get the flank onto Tarzan, as the Maiden is slowing him down. Kyle trying to push him away. The pillar gives him enough space that the rest of the Pandas are able to retreat. There's no big objectives to play for, since the dragon was already taken for, so the fact that anyone's legend are able to escape with all 5 members is still a saving grace for them.
It's very messy in this game number 2. Not quite as controlled as Top Esports, taking that slightly wonky fight. Did end up costing them quite dearly. Little picture-in-picture replay down on the bottom, as we see that Shanks really doesn't have the ability to stand up to 369 almost at all, which, to be honest, we kind of expect. But I want to look a little bit further forward here, Mark. Hope very close to having that Flicker Blade finished, almost at a stage where he can start to chain those spell shields together, and where he can actually start to do very, very scary amounts of work in these team fights. Other side of the coin, though, we take a look at Top Esports. Cream has got that Medjai Soul Stealer. He's bought into him being the win condition. 551 gold on his head, 10 stacks on a Medjai's, and still with no flash for the next minute and a half. That is the target. That is the prime locale that AL need to keep track of.
Yeah, if I was supporting Top Esports to win, and I was really putting everything on the line for it, I would have hoped that Cream would wait for the Medjai's to be kicked in until after the flash shit comes back up.
Hell no, dog.
Well, but you know what? I respect the balls on this guy. And he says, I don't need a flash. My team's got me. I got me. He's been having a stellar series so far in our first 2 games of this best of 5, as the Baron finally spawns here at the 25th minute mark.
And the way I'll spin this is, if we thought, if this was a different mid laner, a mid laner who's had a better season than Cream has, we'd be all for it, right? Like, we'd be saying, oh, if Rookie, for example, picks up this Medjai here, we're like, yeah, this makes sense. This is a guy who's goated in the mid lane. This adds up. We can check this out. If Cream wants to... if Cream wants to step up to that level and be that kind of player, he needs to make these kind of plays and prove it. This is where you end up making that name for yourself and say, okay, I'm the kind of guy that can buy a Medge Eyes with no flash, and I can make it work.
It's a question we've been asking all year long, Rude, since the beginning of Split 1, when we were first casting Top Esports versus IG in that lower bracket run that eventually brought them to the grand finals and eventually won them their first championship in many years. And for Top Esports, Cream is the guy that they've invested on as their mid laner since 2024, and he's had hit or miss results. This might be the time where Cream really needs to lock in and dial himself down as one of the best mid laners representing LPL if Top Esports are to push to the World Championship stage.
And a reminder that a series win here isn't a surefire pass for Top Esports to that World Championship. For anyone's legend, though, it is. If they can turn this series back around, a win here by the nature of the championship point secures them Worlds before the grand finals even takes place. It's a big step, it's a big ask for them, especially when they're down 4,000 gold here in game number 2, where they lost that first game as well. Game isn't going to get particularly easy for them as we move later into this matchup either. Cream, and we talked about him a lot through this series for a reason. So far, he is the big difference maker. Trying to get access to him as AL is going to be very difficult, but I think that this is the stage in the game where the compositions start to speak to one another a little bit more favourably for anyone's legend. It's always going to be Top Esports looking to engage with the Leona, with the Pantheon. But that's where Galio Poppy can really start to make an impact. A well-placed pillar from Tarzan can separate Cream from the rest of the team. And if Tarzan spends his time just taking Cream in a little 1 versus 1, that's removing a lot of the team fight power that Top Esports have got. I don't think this game's completely over just yet, and I wouldn't want to disparage AL by saying that it was. Top Esports, don't get me wrong, they've got the advantage, but they still need to close this out cleanly, and with Dragon spawning in 17 seconds, I think that's where we're going to see the crucial fight happen.
Yeah, the early sign of that hope was the successful Otacon turnaround for the Pandas just 7 minutes ago. Top Esports, they are still the ones having to ask the questions of anyone's legend, but that was the first time in both of these 2 games that they were able to respond with something better than we got outplayed. Maybe anyone's legend have what it takes to turn the momentum of this series around before Top Esports can just barrel into game 3 with a 2-game lead. Dragon has started up. This is Soul Point on the line. 5K. Tarzan steps up, throws down a pillar. Keeper's verdict punts away 1. Kanavi still in the mix here. Tries to go in. Kyle pushes him away.
Stolen.
Great defense. Top Esports can't get the Dragon. And Hope is just destroying and ripping them apart as no one can touch this Sivern to the back line. Tarzan leading the charge alongside the rest of anyone's legend, but now they're trying to wait out their moment here. They've lost their engage tools. Flash from Hope. Flying 369 over the wall. Yorick is slain where he stands. And the shining hope of anyone's legend comes to life at 28 minutes.
A 7,000 damage team fight from Hope only 28 minutes into this game. Tarzan steals the Dragon and Hope steals the fight. It is a 3 for 0 and a clean sweep for anyone's legend. That is job done for them for that skirmish. They are not out of the woods yet. They are still down gold. They are still against Soul Point. In 5 minutes time, they're going to have that same exact fight have to take place. But once again, take a look at this pillar from Tarzan. Keeps Cream at the back, keeps him out of reach of these fights. And as soon as that Dragon is secured, Hope and Tarzan turn tail and start to rip through Top Esports. It's a great boomerang blade as well to chunk Cream to half HP. And with 369 getting punted out, he was never able to get access to Shanks, to Hope, to anybody that he wants to be able to deal the DPS to. And actually Hope, still with on the hunt running because he got 2 resets off the rip, is able to flash over and find a couple of kills up as well. Now we turn our attention up toward this top side. 5 minutes where the Baron is the focus, and we can see 369's down bot lane.
And suddenly Hope is almost 3,000 gold ahead Jackie Love's Corki. And even though Jackie Love is still putting out damage, he's in a fine spot. This Sivir is insanely turbo-fed, and it could be the spoiler to Top Esports' early Game 2 victory. Kanavi caught in no man's land. The Blast Cone doesn't send him to safety, it just delays the inevitable. And anyone's legend, now knowing that there's no smite from Top Esports, are going to rip the Baron.
You've heard of the dubstep ignite, but how about the dubstep subjugate there from Tarzan? Just rips Kanavi to shreds through the one pop of that ulti. Keeper's verdict to now try and pump people away. It's a miss. 5 versus 4. Top Esports, they want to contest.
They're taking so much damage, though. Top Esports trying to put them at lethal point. Shanks trying to come around the other side of the lip of the Baron pit, but there is no smite from Top Esports. That's the Baron
they're gonna
secure
fight.
for Anyone's Legend. Hong is going to be the first one to drop here. 369, no flash from before. Flash from Kyle, gets the 2-man slam, looks for Cream. It's Shanks that follows up, and this Magi Soul Stealer is put to rest. No chance for a final chapter in victory for Top Esports. It's Anyone's Legend that flips the script in game 2.
It's a double-double for the solo laners of Anyone's Legend, and it's Kyle who sacrifices himself to take the stacks away from Cream. Anyone's Legend with the Baron and a can-do attitude of barreling down this mid lane.
Anyone's Legend, we're staring down a potential 0-2 start in this best of 5. But
Are they
the
gonna end?
efforts of the Pandas come true in shining hope as he leads the charge alongside the rest of Anyone's Legend. Kanavi doing everything he can to defend the remnants of his base, but he gets
4
dropped.
seconds on
Hong is
Jackie.
going to be next. Will retreat to the
They're gonna
fountain,
end.
get some HP, and Anyone's Legend equalize the series in game 2.
1-1. We are playing with fire in these games, Mark, and at the end of game 1 I asked for 4 more like that. We have got
Yes,
another.
sir.
We've got a minimum of 2 from here. And Top Esports, despite their strong early game, they didn't have what it takes to carry it over the line. Anyone's Legend bounced back. They found a great fight around that dragon. And again, the combo of this pillar from Tarzan and the team fighting from Hope take AL through what was a very dire early game and into a winning late game.
Oh, yeah. It was so rough from AL in the first 15-20 minutes of the game. I was ready to say, damn, Top Esports about to put themselves on a 3-0 sweep going into game 3, and we're going to get to go to bed early, or at least you've got a nice start to your morning, and you get to do whatever you wanted. I would have been... I don't know if I would have been the most content, since I did technically predict Anyone's Legend to win, but it would have been cool to see Top Esports come back in dominant fashion. But now I'm okay with this, Rude. I just want to send the best competing team into BLG for grand finals, and the way that AL are able to string that comeback gives me hope that we're in for a long ride.
And I hope that we are as well, right? Like, so many of these playoff series from the LPL have been gruesome 5-game series, and they've been delivering on that, right? The sending of Top Esports down to the lower bracket was a brutal affair, and hopefully we get to see whichever of these 2 former LPL 2025 champions, whichever one of those go home today, that it's a hard-fought battle. I think it would have been a bit of a shame almost for Top Esports to just 3-0 their way through this and to see AL bow out so almost ungraciously. But they fought back, and they found themselves now 1-1. We're looking into now game number 3 to see how that one takes shape. But it is now with much better circumstances that we carry on this series.
Hey, look, I didn't flip-flop. What do you mean? I did not flip-flop.
He said he'd take the L. He did say he would take the L.
I said I would take the L if Top Esports won the entire thing. But we're not at that point yet.
The good news is, Mark, is that once again, my ranked win ratio on Corki is even better now than Jacula's competitive win ratio this year on Corki. So, you know.
Listen,
it's another loss.
I will say, in the previous series, Jackie Love played Corki, and even though he didn't do anything wrong in the Corki, it didn't seem like he was able to do that much. And it was the same thing against BLG in game 1 of their upper finals. So, I'm just saying, Corki might not be the winning combo. You know, just small results-based analysis coming from your caster desk here. Thank you.
And we've done very well, and it's landed beautifully. Don't be mistaken. This is going to be another one of those beautiful gold graphs that we get to see. 4 nations over the LPL. Ah, yes.
Oh,
yes.
there's.
We had to pull up the Voodoo competitive win ratio. I have competed competitively, by the way. I lost every game.
You know, Our producer couldn't stand by to have Rude just have only glazing. We had to get some flame in there.
I mean, that's
to humble
valid.
him. Yeah.
Sometimes
flame is necessary to get us to focus up.
Exactly. And focusing back in then on this game, we've got obviously AL, who for the most part of this game looked like they were lost at the wheel. Cream took this Magi's and was largely dominant. However, it just didn't pan out for them in the long run. In the end, the team fight around the Dragon, around the Atacon as well, where that Atacon fight was their big throw, and then the fight around the Dragon wasn't necessarily a throw, but it was a struggle bus that they had to get through, and it wasn't without these pretty shaky moments from AL. But this team fight here, a really good indicator of good things from anyone's legend. Jackulus gets sent away, and then it's almost a 5 versus 2 or a 4 versus 2 as these entrances from top are just a little bit late, and Hope is just free firing the whole time. He gets a lot of gold from the shutdowns as well, and that's able to propel him into a position where this fight around the Dragon was the first real turning point.
Yeah. I have to say, Rude. I felt bad for Cream because this game wasn't even remotely close to his fault. I'm looking for a moment in one of these replays to see if he made any crucial mistakes despite having a massive advantage and kind of putting himself on the pedestal to be like, I'm going to be the guy that ensures that we win this game. This is the last fight. I just want to pay attention to where Cream is.
Yeah, I mean, technically that's a missed laser there, right? Like, if we're going to really get into the weeds of things, he spaces out the taunt, does quite well, good gravity well, but it's a great stasis as well. And then I think he gets flash stunned into the wall.
Yep.
Maybe he could flash that earlier, but even then the fight's already over. So the fact that he falls here is really inconsequential. Maybe he could get back to base and recall and try and find a laser through the wave, but it's not something that's necessarily easy for Cream in that position. And at a certain point, the Sivir composition just did the Sivir thing where it can run at you.
Yeah. In that particular moment, I would not be surprised if Cream is just looking to the right, waiting for the stasis to come off cooldown so that he can fire more cooldowns, and then the one split moment where he's not checking his left flank, and Kyle makes the split flash call to just hit him into the wall. And unfortunately, if that's the case, I can't fault him for that. Meanwhile, I can give credit to Hope stepping up to the big plate when his team needed him to, remained deathless the entire first 20 minutes where it seemed everything was completely distraught and it was going to be a guaranteed top esports 2-0 start, and he pulls through with a massive Sivir carry performance. But now, Rude, we have a series on our hands. We are 1-1 between anyone's legend and top esports. I know, guys, the series is on our hands, and hopefully we get to see a full 5-game series arise from it. We'll see you on the other side as we get ready for game 3. So welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 3 between Anyone's Legend and Top Esports. And the first thing that we got to bring our attention to is looking at that jungle matchup, because the way that the second game was panning out, it looked like it was going to be a Kanavi Dominion. The way you called the route, almost 5-1 to start on the Pantheon, and Tarzan is just limping around as a troll. Literally, and that's all that he can do. And sometimes when you're that far behind, you feel so worthless, you feel so pitiful as someone that doesn't have any real means to engage. And if you're trying to just fend off opponents from engaging on you with a pillar, it doesn't feel like a great position to be in.
But he did end up turning that back around and then constantly looking for Cream's Flash, constantly looking to try and burn those crucial summoner spells with that pillar. And come the late game in those team fights, he was actually able to link up quite nicely. There was a good little tandem part where they found a really solid skirmish around the Atakan, and he found that 1 versus 1, puts himself into a position where he keeps Cream out of a crucial fight around that bot side, and actually puts in what is a very, very good performance on the Trundle as we move into the late game now. Obviously, we're looking to fly a little bit of a graphic. I don't quite think that both of these junglers have negative 850 international trophies, but I could be wrong.
I saw a screenshot being snapped, which is why I had the face of all time, and whoa! Producer gap. This is what
that's fair.
Ladies and gentlemen,
if he flames us the whole time, we allowed to flame
By the way, it is not Kai on the sticks, it is Mr. Alk himself. He's just trying to take over and do his best. So if I see any slander towards Kai, it's not Kai, I promise. Kai would never let this happen. Kai would never let this happen.
And we'll have to wait and see if Alk can piece together the puzzle that is negative 850 international trophies for Kanavi. And you know, maybe one day he'll be on that level. I don't think that, you know, I think if we ever see anybody reach double-digit international trophies, that'll be momentous. 850, that's quite a few.
That's a long ways away. We would have to at least go. I mean 850 international trophies. If you were to win 3 trophies, okay.
Third time lucky.
Let's go, producer.
There we go.
Oh, the numbers are still wrong as he screams into my ear.
Yeah, the jungle. Apparently, Kanavi has gone 43,744 kills without ever dying or getting an assist. That's incredible, and that's why we call him King Kanavi. No, don't mute.
Understandable. It's valid.
We should leave those stats up and see what's happening. I just try and make the most and just make up our own statistics. You know, like I don't know if you have this kind of game show, but where you get the answer before the question and you have to make the question for it.
Oh, what is that? Jeopardy?
Sure,
they
give you the answer is 43,744. What stat line could we give to Kanavi for this? You know?
Yeah. Or what? What is Kanavi's damage per minute, etc.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Maybe damage across the whole game would be more likely.
Probably.
Even still.
That sounds a little more reasonable for what we were in the target. But continuing with the overarching conversation about these two junglers. We've talked about it before going into this series. These two have been at the top of the LPL jungle pool for the entirety of 2025. And Tarzan in particular has, up until Split 2 finals, yet to win a domestic title. He was able to finally reach that momentous milestone in his career, picking up his first domestic trophy. It's been a long time coming for him, and he continues adding on to it with so many insane performances as one of the best junglers here. Kanavi has really stood as one of his equals here in the LPL for the past few years, and both of these junglers are really testing each other, as it's mostly been Kanavi dominated in our first 2 games. Thankfully, Tarzan and his team are able to bail themselves out, but now as the jungle pool has been diminished further, Rude, I'm curious, what are the stylistic differences that these junglers are going to make? Are they going to lead into some carry picks again? Are they still going to go down the pools of the skirmishers that we still have available. What's your insight here?
I mean, we've seen, you know, a good few Zeds start to pop up, and I mean, both of these junglers,
Sure.
I think it's very much within the wheelhouse, maybe a little bit more geared toward Kanavi than it is for Tarzan, but that's not to say that we haven't seen it from him before, and you know, we could start seeing it go back to more gank-focused junglers, your Maokais, your Sejuanis. We could see it go more heavily towards Talon, towards Zed, that type of style in the jungle for your assassins. There are plenty of different picks. And with Qiyana constantly hitting this red side ban, you know, we are expecting to see that stay there for the majority of this series. Maybe it's a case of giving it over and sort of testing the waters with a good counter pick in that jungle pick.
Man, I'm so grateful that I got to cast some of the early Qiyana games towards the end of the regular season at the beginning of playoffs, because once all the LPL teams realized how insanely busted her kit is and the insane state that she's in, no one is ever going to get a chance to play her again unless the teams want to take a Omega Gambit of Doom. But Top Esports eliminating not only a powerful support option in the Bard, they also take away the Ziggs, recognizing that Hope had a pretty damn good way of closing out their series against JDG with this champion.
Yeah, I'm looking at Azir at the minute as a champ still largely left open, Rumble still left open as well. We've got a lot of those picks that, you know, we're thinking could be taken. Azir taken off the board, so Rumble's still the pick that I'm looking at for 369 here as the probable go-to, especially with Aurora taken off the board as well. It definitely would make sense that you take that into that top side. Instead, though, Top Esports toying with their choices. They've gone for the Orianna. This is the good matchup, right? Atelier is still open, but not favoured versus the Orianna necessarily, so a really good early pick for Cream, gives some good team fight possibilities, and sort of suggests that they're putting a little bit more agency back into Jackie's hands.
I also just like this preemptively setting up what could be a Nocturne for Kanavi, and it gives you a situational but still strong jungle pick that you can snowball the game with, get a lot of advantage in being able to set the pace of the game for yourself. But Shanks is starting to throw down the gauntlet. He's tired of the Annie jail and the Galio jail. He's putting on the carry pants with the Akali lock-in.
Yeah, you notice game number 2's draft, we saw a blue 3 ban on Akali and then followed by an R3 ban of the Orianna. So they sort of knew that this was going to be the expected counter pick from Shanks here. So they will have known that this Akali's coming through. Cassante gets taken blind for Flandre. I'm looking at things like Zaya Rakan actually in this game for Top Esports. I think that's just a really solid staple duo that they could look to go for. In terms of answers down on that bot side to the Rakan, right, it's things like the Nautilus maybe, the pick that we would expect to see come through as a response. But this just fits nicely for Top Esports into what is already a very good teamfight composition with an Orianna. You take a stable bot lane duo, it's a trio that we've seen run a good few times, so Zaya Rakan taken for top makes a lot of sense.
I'm almost curious if Tarzan feels pressure to try and look for an early jungle pick here, because I imagine that is going to be one of the pools that Top Esports tries to diminish going further, and yep, he felt the constraint. Hovering the Zed.
Bad.
That is a very... I do agree with you, Rude. Into Zaya, into Rakan, you are going to have your work cut out with you, but I think the idea is going to be, if they can get a diving support from Kael as well, you can try and overload the safety measures that Top Esports have with their backline.
Yeah, I guess if we go double assassins, maybe we've got the opportunity to take out both of the backline carries and you sort of distribute duties almost. Like, I do think that Akali into Zaya is a pretty okay matchup because there's only so much that Zaya can do versus an Akali. Versus Zed, though, Zed really hates playing versus Zaya because you can just time your ulti well, you can completely immune the death mark. So it does cost there, but maybe the Zeds to focus on the Orianna. We'll have to wait and see on how these two teams end up playing out, how Tarzan ends up playing this one out specifically as well. With the top lane Cassante already locked in here, looking at what Top Esports might round out their comp with, again, Ambessa is still open, a champion that can potentially offer some anti-dive. Or offer some dive of their own, I should say. You were setting up for a Nocturne, for an Orianna, somebody to go diving with this Rakan as well definitely makes sense, but so far, AL are all gassed, they've got no breaks. I'm looking at what they can go forward with. Maybe a Zeri gets locked in for Hope here as something that can go forward, and maybe an Ezreal, maybe a Jhin, something that plays a little bit further back, something that plays in that safety aspect is what they're going to look to.
Yeah, I would still be okay with a Nocturne lock-in here for top esports, even if it's not getting a lot of value diving into the backline.
Zeri
because
Lulu, I think.
Yeah, I think they're setting up for the Zeri Lulu as well. Because top esports, you can always use the paranoia to help disrupt the coordination that you need to have polished when you are running a double assassin comp on the side of anyone's legend.
Okay, so for that disruption, it would be really, really solid, right? You can kind of cause chaos with that darkness. I don't mind this as a hover for top esports, and 369 taking it for himself gives a really good laning phase. It's going to be something that actually for the first time we might expect to see 369 have an okay early game in this series where he can actually handle Flandre, maybe put him a little bit in the dirt. Where does Kanavi go though? He sees the Zed. Is he going to go even spicier, sort of dice with death as it were? Or is he going to go for something that is a little bit more geared toward that team fight? We've highlighted the power that the Nocturne would have here, but I think without seeing the AD carry, it makes a lot of sense to hold that. It's the Lee Sin that comes in, so some confirmed point and click CC means that the Zed or the Akali are going to struggle to get in and get out. For anyone's legend, what is it? We were thinking about Zeri because it can go forward. Tristana does this exact same thing, still pairs nicely with the Lulu, and can be a hyper carry later on as well.
You know, I was very attached to just committing to the Nocturne Orianna combo, but I think recognizing that even with the spell shield on, you're most likely making a solo dive mission into whatever Hope is picking for himself, paired along with this Lulu, so you have to get through, God, how many summoner spells that Hope has, plus a polymorph from Kael, maybe an exhaust on top of it as well. He just says, you know what? The Lee Sin will give me flexibility in whether I go aggressive, but most of the time, I imagine this guy is just going to be kicking one of the threats away when Tarzan or Shanks tries to commit onto Jackie Love or Cream that is exposed without any of their defensive tools available to them.
Yeah, exactly. This should be a defensive Lee Sin game where you are just kicking people away. However, there is the opportunity, whereas we make it into the hyper late game and Hope becomes the most important part of this AL composition, that we start to see the kickbot become the crucial part of, can we kick Hope into us? Can we, you know, find this Jinx who is going to be immobile and try and force her out? Yes, there's going to be a Lulu there to try and get through. And I think that Lee Sin playing into Lulu, you hate your life, right? Like, you've played Lee Sin so much that trying to play into Lulu, you take the Q, you get polymorphed, and then you're just sat there like a cupcake not being able to do anything. So I do think this Lee Sin is a big gambit, and if it's trying to take out Hope later on, it's going to struggle. And that's where my attention turns as we move later on into this game. It is to that bot lane once again.
I think when you pick a Lee Sin, you have access to one of the most flexible and creative champions ever to be used in the history of this game. But it's up to you to execute when needed most. Here we go, y'all. Game 3 between Top Esports and anyone's legend.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，
加油！
See, guys, look, the crowd mic is working again. That's crazy.
The crowd are going crazy. Well done. Woo! They made it work. Nice. That's what we like to see.
Couple things here. Tarzan getting scouted early by Cream and Kanavi. This jungle matchup. Zed still outpaces Lee Sin if it's just a race for farm. So Lee Sin should feel somewhat burdened to try and make plays early on. Now, does that mean pre-6? Not necessarily, because you don't have access to any CC before that kick, but Kanavi needs to be even more precise and expeditious when he is looking for certain timers, because if you ever give Zed the farm advantage or just the tempo advantage of being able to outpace you on the jungle clear, you fall so rapidly far behind. So I'm really putting a lot of this first 10-15 minutes and how the game swings based on the choices that Kanavi decides to make.
I mean, looking at these two junglers as well. The Lee Sin doesn't clear tremendously quickly, has like a rather standard clear. Zed, though, you can be cleared and finished in 3 minutes. And he got a leash as well. So they are looking to funnel Tarzan through this early game. Make sure that he gets super far off to the races and is very, very far ahead in that jungle clearing game. Now, double range bot lane does mean that AL should be able to find the push, maybe try and get a cheeky 3-way recall, try and crash that, find a cull for Hope. You can see Tarzan already 220 making his way down through to his bot side jungle, where actually Kanavi augmenting his pathing. He clears his entire bot side, then recalls, grabs an early longsword, expecting that he's going to be meeting up with Tarzan, whose expectation for a Z clear is to be able to clear your entire jungle, go back to base, and still be at crab on time with double longsword.
Yep. That is just a really clever adaptation from seeing this evolution of Zed jungle in the LPL. The fact that you're able to come online to a potential skirmishing point with that many stats. Lee Sin knows that if I can at least be on item parity with the Zed, I'm not completely gonna get owned, potentially in a 2v2 skirmish or a 3v3 skirmish here.
Look at the minimap though. Tarzan's actually gone for an invade, trying to see if he can spot out the Lee Sin, and he's looking for a gank, so he's not going to have those extra stats, but he might be looking to find Cream in the mid lane.
This is not what Top Esports were going to be expecting. Thankfully for Cream, he has enough movement speed off of the command dissonance to get himself to safety. Wave not necessarily punishing Shanks all that often. It will force Cream to take a base and look for the TP back mid.
Yeah, 369 on Gnar with an undefeated win ratio so far in this split. Kanavi, his first Lee Sin of the split, but not to say that we know that he can't play it. And what we got to see there, actually, the fact that Tarzan looked for this mid lane play is that the early game power of this Zed has been largely muted, as Q going wide there is a bit of a saving grace there for Shanks. Might have been forced to burn the flash, maybe even falls underneath his turret. But the Zed's early game sort of not necessarily muted entirely, but the power that you get and the control that you have from being such a powerful clearer is lost in that sense.
He does pick up the pickaxe, though, on his first base, so if he were to meet Kanavi at any point during the next rotation of these camps, he will have that stat advantage. I'm curious if Tarzan goes for something similar to what Kiana's are now building these days with the Profane Hydra Rush, now that it is 50 gold cheaper than the Eclipse Power Spike and gives you competitive stats alongside it, and lines up more with the... Ooh, that was close. Kanavi was trying to yoink it away. And it allows you to be more of a traditional assassin, since Eclipse, still great AD stats, but it's more of a dueling item rather than a trying to burst a squishy item.
Yeah, and you know, we'll keep our eyes out for Tarzan's build path. Currently 0-2 on the Zed so far. But importantly, a champion that we know can have great impact. I do think that this game, it's going to be very difficult to navigate the bot lane assassinations. Trying to take out Jackie when he's level 6 is going to be very tricky. You can use Featherstorm to render Deathmark useless. However, trying to take out an Orianna, maybe a little bit more on the cards, but I'm looking at the build path from Cream. He's got a tier early, which indicates that Seraphs. He's probably also going to be working towards a Zhonya's at some stage, as now Shanks both level 5 here, the jungler and the mid laner.
Kanavi can throw down hands with Shanks at level 5, but cannot at least get into the Dragon Pit, and that's what Shanks just wanted to do, making sure that Tarzan would have no contest. That's the first Dragon of the game going over to the Pandas here at 5 minutes and 40 seconds.
And Tarzan now a little bit further ahead of his clear as well. He's actually full cleared his way through down to that bot side. He'll take the Gromp, whilst Kanavi still actually needs to get through his top side, level 6.
Shanks has the advantage since Cream had so much of his XP leached by Kanavi when they were trying to get the wave pushed in, but Shanks is not able to find Lethal, so just retreats with the second cast of the perfect execution. And now when Cream hits level 6 off the shockwave, maybe he can try at least force something with Kanavi on the top side.
So Ward quickly spotted Kanavi there. Not sure if Shanks spotted it, but you know he knows that he needs to play safe, because this Orianna level 6 power spike is certainly something to keep in mind. A quick little pit stop across our side lanes though, as we're taking a quick look at how those are panning out. Hope having a good advantage down on this bot side. We would expect this to be the case with a Jinx Lulu up against a Zyra Khan. You have range in both matchups. But on that top side, good to see that 369 really making the most of the fact that he got counterpicked this time around. Gnar able to bully out the Cassante in the early game using the bonus HP damage from his Hyper, and then also being able to early on grab this call to try and pick up a nice injection of gold.
Good to see 369 back on a classic staple here, and one that allows him to express the advantages that he's been at least able to prove over Flandra in the laning phases, even when the matchup wasn't great for him. We're starting to see some of the swaps come around, though, for Anyone's Legend, as they are responding in preparation for the Grubs in the next 30 seconds. Hope is already here in the mid lane. Jackie Love is actually sprinting back towards the bottom side of the map, so I'm curious if Top Esports are just going to completely cede control of Grubs here.
Yeah, Shanks doesn't have teleport, so it is a case of putting your most powerful member on that side of the map. For AL, they think that having Hope there is going to be more important than having Shanks there. And we'll see whether or not the rotate up is as is deemed to be as appropriate as it is, as Hung takes a little bit of HP, but going to be absolutely fine. And now the Jinx Lulu duo in this mid lane going to be absolutely fine to try and whittle down these creeps nice and quickly. Worth mentioning as well that, there we go, Shanks has actually already made his way up. So this is free time for Jackie Love. This is similar to what we've seen from AL in, first of all, years gone by, but in this series as well. They will generate an advantage somewhere. So this bot lane has had a lead, and they are now sacrificing that and giving it up almost to try and make a play on the map.
Jinx might be caught here by the Grand Entrance, flashes away before the shockwave goes off. Kanavi continues with the resonating strike, gets polymorphed upon entry. Last Grub being burned down by Anyone's Legend. Good flash there as Kanavi goes back in, realizes it's not at 900 HP, cannot spite it away. And it's all three Grubs in the pockets of the Pandas here. Flandra forced to flash away, and the rest of Top Esports, if they cannot find any CC here, as the good buffer from Flandra and the all-out brings him closer into the waiting arms of Anyone's Legend. Hong is forced to flash away. Nicely done by Anyone's Legend to get themselves away from the hands of Top Esports.
Yeah, they get in and they get out. Hope has to flash here, surely, as we're looking at the Feathers, not quite able to find him. 369 didn't commit his flash, and looks like AL able to get out to safety. Really surprised that we didn't see at least a flash burn there by the Jinx. Super Mega Death Rocket there in an attempt to try and trim the wave out, it looks like, but AL very happy with this position. Now with a Drake spawning in 90 seconds, it's a question of do they want to get back to try and contest for that, to try and find their second dragon of the game? Or are they just happy to seed? Are they happy to accept that, okay, we got what we wanted with those Grubs, and that will do us for now? They're not going to be able to get pushed because they did come out on the slightly worse end of their HP trade. But Shanks actually, pretty much after that fight, booked it down to the bot lane so that he's got pushed down here and has actually established a semblance of priority.
Dare I say this, Rude? That was the most disciplined, objective setup by Anyone's Legend, at least in the first 20 minutes of the game we've seen this series so far.
Yeah, absolutely, right? They knew what they wanted, and they knew what they could get from it as well, and I think that they sort of jockeyed around the objective really well also, recognizing when the threats were in range, when they were actually under fire, they needed to position themselves appropriately. But as we move a little bit further forward, looking at their control around this bot side now, there's no real vision in that river, so I'd like to see them try and make a play in that top lane. We can see Cream, he's got Flash, yes, he's got Shockwave, but I think this early on into the matchup, would like to try and see the Orianna punished, unless AL are trying to make a play down to this bot side, which it honestly looks like they are. But they're having to commit so much effort to get down here. All 5 members, once again, either moving through the jungle or through this mid lane. And they do establish mid priority, so they're able to find that push in, and Jackie Love is going to be a little bit later.
It is the Eclipse Rush for Tarzan, so that dueling power is going to give him the extra safety with the power of those shields, as well as the extra percentage max HP damage he can get anytime off of successful Living Shadow combos. Flandra trying to see if he can force his way through this Banana Brush entrance and give space for Tarzan to safely check the Dragon Pit. 4k HP Hong knocks him up with the Grand Entrance. Ignite goes down. Tarzan doesn't spring any big tools yet. 3k HP on the Dragon now. Kanavi just burning them down as fast as possible here on the Lee Sin. Flandra below 50% HP, gets vision, sees where the Dragon HP is at. Tarzan turns on to Jackie Love, tries to wait out the Blade Storm, with the Feather Storm I should say. Tarzan committing, forcing Jackie Love to flash away. 1k HP on the Dragon. Kanavi secures it, but now they have to deal with Tarzan emerging from the shadows. The Death Mark ignites, sends Kanavi back to the fountain, and the rest of Top Esports are in deep trouble as Tarzan finds another one alongside Hope. That's the feat of warfare going over to Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, so they find the dragon, but they lose out on the fight entirely. This is Top Esports really with just no way of taking this exchange. It's all about mid priority for this fight. Anyone's Legend, they established that mid prior, and hopefully through the replay we can show you why. Jackie Love didn't get a chance to push in that mid wave. He also doesn't get escorted into this fight, so Tarzan's able to walk his way through. And just as Top Esports recognize, actually, we need to help our AD carry, it's already too late. But by doing that, they walk up into the river, which allows Shanks free access into their backline. He takes out 369, and Flandre finds a good bit of an all-out onto Cream, who fortunately was able to flash out to safety. But even still, the play from Top Esports is not clean, it is not clinical, and they pay the ultimate price.
I just love the change in focus from Anyone's Legend, recognizing we are no longer playing for the objective, we are looking to spread them apart and start isolating threats here, and Tarzan being able to make that flip gives Anyone's Legend a distinct advantage despite it not being an objective one. And now we head into the 13-minute mark, 1 minute away from turret plates falling. Anyone's Legend, for the first time in this series, Rude, have the early gold advantage.
Yeah, and that's what they're looking to leverage now. And again, as this game gets later, I don't think it's bad for Anyone's Legend. I think that both of these compositions can thrive in the late game. They just look to do different things. You highlighted AL's win condition perfectly through the replay of that fight, Mark, where it is a question of can they split targets off, can they find them isolated, and for Top Esports it's much more of a question of actually, are we able to play this front to back, are we able to play this 5 versus 5 appropriately? Because if Jackie Love isn't getting protection, there's not really a chance for him to pop off. If Cream isn't able to land a big shockwave, he's not going to have that same impact. However, if they are all as 5, if we do see that come through, we can maybe take out Hope, maybe take out those assassins as well.
Kanavi was hovering Cream on the top side. Shanks pulls the trigger. That's the first cast of the perfect execution. Kanavi shows up, and Shanks immediately says, okay, I'm booking it. But Tarzan pressuring the bottom side against 369 and Hong. Jackie Love sprinting towards the bot lane just to make sure that he can protect this tower from falling and giving over first brick to Anyone's Legend. Might just be enough time here. Flandre already pushing in the mid wave. That means Jackie Love is forced to respond there instead. And maybe this is first brick going down.
Yeah, second time that we've actually seen that Jackie have to sacrifice a little bit of time to secure that mid wave. First time around the Dragon, second time just now. He's a little bit late as he walks, sort of shadows out towards the bot side, then makes his way back into that mid lane. He's going to get a little bit of a trade here, but first brick falls on the bot side for Anyone's Legend. 2,500 gold to the good with Herald spawning in 25 seconds time. All those resets. Maybe just a little bit late here, and it does mean that AL are going to have to do their face checking the hard way. They are consecutively being quite late to these objectives, but that doesn't seem to be bothering them too much, as Shanks, now the one forced to face check. Early Shroud goes down and keeps himself safe. It doesn't actually cost anything for the Pandas.
And for Top Esports on these future objectives, Rude, I want to see them make extra effort to make sure Jackie Love is connecting with the team before they put themselves in position to start up these objectives. Because if we see another scenario where Jackie is picking up a mid wave and then trying to connect over and then suddenly finds himself getting cut off by Tarzan or Shanks, you can't play out your front to back win con that way, and then you play right into the hands of Anyone's Legend.
And I do want to call out a really quick point about the way this bot lane matchup has worked out. There's a 600 gold advantage for Kyle, which comes pretty much exclusively from his ability to farm his support item earlier into the game. And then, yes, we've got those 3 assists as well. But he was sat with a redemption, importantly, should a fight break out. And he's worked his way up toward those Lucidity boots as well, so has a little bit more extra cooldown reduction. Doesn't look like it's going to be too much of a big deal around this fight. Normally, the mismatched redemptions is that really big support power spike that can happen. Actually seeing Hong here in a little bit of trouble. He's going to be able to battle dance up to Jackie as well. Just about able to get out to safety. But the way that this bot lane has worked out, it's a 1,500 gold advantage across the bot lane for Anyone's Legend, and it's seemingly to peter into the rest of this map. More than happy for Tarzan to be able to walk up, take this Rift Herald as well.
369 is prepping his Rage Bar right now. He goes Mega. Actually, it seems like Top Esports can't even get in position. Kanavi was finishing a camp on the bottom side of the map with those Krugs. So they just give the objective. That's going to be nice for Anyone's Legend to try and continue snowballing this game. 369 is able to get some damage down on that tier 1 turret on the bot side, but not enough to threaten for some extra gold. And now we have the 3rd Dragon spawning just right now.
Teleport available for Shanks and for Cream. Importantly, look at the level disparity between those mid laners. It's 2 levels the difference between them. TP in early though. 369 dropped his boomerang.
Out to go Mega from 369. Is it too early though? That's the question. Anyone's Legend looking to get priority through the Rift Herald, crashing into the mid tier 1. Oh no, the Rift Herald's not going to make it its way there. Anyone's Legend. That is an unfortunate Rift Herald usage there. At least Shanks is pushing a turret on the top side uncontested, but 369 is doing the same with the bot tier 1.
Okay, so, I mean, ultimately this is an even trade. It just sucks that AL did nothing with their Herald. That's the real kicker here, as Cream caught by a slow.
Oh, boy. Hope's rocket goes wide, but it is Cream without a flash and a teleport. 3k HP on the Dragon. Kanavi's deep into the pit. Hong and Jackie Love trying to fight for space. Tarzan looks for it, but it's secured by Kanavi anyway. Shanks now pressuring this left flank. And the rest of Top Esports know they cannot walk through the jungle quadrant alone. The rest of the Pandas trying to gatekeep them and see if they can look for a pick. Shanks emerges from the shadows, does not find the Shuriken backflip. Jackie Love potentially pressured here, but still has a Featherstorm available. Rest of anyone's Legend, see if they want to pull the trigger. He pops the ultimate. And there's a lot of feathers that he can play around, but no one is caught in the rake here, so the Blade Caller will not even be extended. Kanavi cannot secure his red buff. Tarzan yoinks it away. And in the end, Top Esports at least have the objective advantage for themselves, but anyone's Legend is still edging out on the gold.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big win for Top Esports. They should not be in a position to be able to take these Drakes uncontested or without losing out in these fights. Obviously, the slight concern here is the fact that if AL are looking to go late and are looking to try and stall this game, they've got a Jinx. They've got Hope, who will be able to make that late game a pretty big punish point. Now, as Top Esports look to try and find a contest around this red buff, Kanavi goes back into and tries to secure this.
I don't know who got it. A rocket goes wide, or at least hits some damage onto Kanavi's face, and Hong is able to battle dance his way back to safety. It looks like Kanavi was able to secure the enemy red buff, so it ends up being a red buff for red buff trade in the end, Rude.
Yeah, ultimately then, you know, nothing happens. It's a good look for Top Esports as they find the Dragon and don't lose anything for it. I think the question for them is, can they continue to try and find these fights as 5 again? Like both of these compositions, as we get later, it's about which one of them can execute that little bit better on what their team wants to do. Can Top Esports find the big 5 versus 5? And can anyone's Legend find a little bit of a pick, play a little bit tricksy, and use this Zed Akali duo to pick off a target who's a little bit too overextended? Looking at that side lane, it's a really tricky spot for Top Esports to be in because, you know, Zed and Akali pop out of a brush, you're probably going to fall. But that's where 369 is really looking to thrive. He's got this Trinity Force finish working his way with that phage up toward a second item. Probably has a very good winning matchup versus the Cassante for the good foreseeable future. But he can't really look to leverage that when there's a Zed, when there's an Akali who can just spring out of the shadows and take you out.
Yeah, it has to work with Hong and the rest of Top Esports to make sure that they have defensive vision lines pushed up aggressively into AL's jungle quadrant so that 369 can extend that split push advantage that he has for himself. Because once he does have that Black Cleaver, I mean, Flandre is just going to get cooked every single time in the 1v1, assuming 369 plays it out well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you just keep spacing, use your movement speed from the Hyper, and the fights are pretty darn straightforward. Second item picked up, though, for Hope. He's gone for the Phantom Dancer as opposed to the Runans. And I really like this in this game. Having that little bit of extra movement speed, the ability to sort of kite your way through as well, going to be very important. Odds of getting, you know, good value from the Rockets and the Runans always very high as a Jinx, but instead opting into having a little bit more safety in that. And with the magical footwear as well, he's working his way towards what looks to be that third item very, very quickly. Not even stopping at tier 2 boots, hence maybe the extra presence of a Phantom Dancer in the build.
AL definitely feel advantageous if they want to force a fight here, as they have big spikes versus their competition, which is why they're pulling the Otacon right now. Teleport coming in from Flandre on the other side. Hong gives vision over to Top Esports, so they know that this objective is burning down rapidly. 369 able to come to Mega Form. Can he get in position to look for a flank? But Shanks is going to mark him. Hong with the flash and the grand entrance tries to set up Flandre, but he gets deleted by Hope. And now it's a 4v5. The rest of anyone's Legends still have advantage on this Otacon. 4k HP. Kanavi, can he get in and be a hero? He lands the Sonic Wave onto the Otacon. He gets vision of it. 3k HP, it's being sold out. Shockwave blows up Flandre. Tarzan getting burned low. Kanavi goes for it, forces the Death Mark. He kicks away one, but the Death Mark pops the Lee Sin, and now Shanks finds his moment to look for the perfect execution. Flashes away. Tarzan secures the Otacon, and Hope this whole time has been ramping up and getting excited as Hope and Tarzan make short work of Top Esports in the pit.
It's messy, it's scrappy in the Otacon, but it's AL that come out on top. That gold lead just barely enough to make the difference. And if that gold was even, I dare say that fight could have gone Top Esports' way, but it's just a little bit of a wallet diff there in the end, Mark. And it's Top Esports that pay the price. They lose out on the Atakan. As Kanavi goes in, yes, he kicks Hope away, but it's a really solid performance from Tarzan once again to keep himself safe using that death mark. Jackie getting caught by the early one, so he doesn't have the Feather Storm to be able to play this fight. But they commit everything to Flandre, who's the tank and has a Lulu in his back pocket. And Hong just goes immediately. A good redemption to stall this out. And as soon as the all-out wears off, Flandre actually realizes he's a bit too far forward. Shockwave just barely able to do enough damage and get him out to safety. And here, this looks good for Top Esports. The kick away keeps Hope out of danger, and he's not really able to contribute. But we're back to life, and there's another Drake spawned. It's going to be secured quite quickly and quite easily for anyone's legend. I mean, I'm surprised that Top Esports didn't win that previous fight. Is the takeaway from this?
I think it's a telling sign of what is to come for the rest of this Game 3. Anyone's legend not only steal or at least secure the Otacon for themselves, they also deny the dragon stacking from Top Esports, what could have been themselves being put on soul point. Now it is even Drakes across both sides. 369 trying to threaten in mega form. The pressure is enough that Top Esports are able to get the first tier turret in the mid lane, but it only feels like a consolation prize compared to what has happened on the Rift in the past 3 minutes.
Yeah, and 369 is actually putting on a massive performance in this game, despite the fact that his megas have been less than impactful. The pressure that he's generating across the map is very, very important, and actually a large proponent of the reason that Top Esports were even able to get that tier 1 turret at all. Now, as there's a really low HP tier 1 turret on that top side, if Top Esports are going to look to continue their turret-taking streak, I would like to see them try and walk up to that top side, and you can even see on the gold on the left-hand side there, 369, the second richest member in this game, only excelled by Hope, who on this Jinx, again, we need to highlight, is going to be a threat if they cannot get access to him, especially with a Lulu at his side, with the Ghost there as well. Now 3 items finished and that Infinity Edge being picked up. You know, the ways to kill the Jinx are getting fewer and fewer, and we're looking very heavily now towards Kanavi, and with no flash on that Lee Sin, killing a Jinx is going to be even harder.
And when Top Esports' focus in the majority of these team fights have been disengaged and trying to peel for the Xayah instead of finding ways to threaten the Jinx in the backline, I don't know what else to tell you, Rude. This looks very, very game deciding now for anyone's legend. They're only 3,000 gold up, and there's still a chance for Top Esports to turn things around. But as you said, the way for them to win this game is a lot more difficult at this state, and with Baron spawning at 25 minutes, the way that anyone's legend were forcing Top Esports to answer them at the Otacon pit, I fear it's going to be a same story with this objective.
Yeah, I think it's a game now of those big clutch players for Top Esports. It's been Jackie Love, it's been Kanavi, and for Jackie, you know, he comes into this series as the regular season MVP. He is the person who so far has carried Top Esports through the majority of their games, but in terms of his performance in this series specifically, has gone a little bit under the radar in the first 2 games. Now, though, on this Xayah, he's got 2 items finished. He's got that ability to be a hyper carry. He needs to step up. Kanavi as well. The big playmaker, King Kanavi's Lee Sin of all champions, needs to step up, find access to that Jinx, and then hope that that's enough to be able to deal with Shanks and Tarzan after the back fight as well.
And trying to do that with pinpoint accuracy into what could be a zooming Jinx, popping the Ghost, and then you have to get through the polymorph on top of it as well. You have to be so precise. You have to be exact with your timing, making sure that you are counting through all the cooldowns so that when you go in as Lee Sin and commit for the big play, it does not end up in a flop and compromising your own position in the end. Top Esports still taking their time, though, with the game state, as anyone's legend has yet to push the pace of the game. They have not gone for an immediate Baron start here. They're taking their time. It looks like they're just trying to work their way towards 3rd item spikes. Tarzan might be going for a GA, if not a death stance, just to make sure that his life is harder to threaten from the side of Top Esports.
I mean, I think the problem here for anyone's legend is they're realizing that their ways to make things happen are quite neutered, right? They've got a Lulu support, they have double assassin in mid jungle, and their top laner isn't exactly an engaged threat either. The way that AL are looking to play these fights out is just sort of walk in and body check almost. When your Cassante's down 2.6k gold, that becomes even more difficult. That's not an easy task. And whereas Top Esports are still down on gold, Hong okay, just fancy the 1v1 versus the Baron. Where they've got Hong who can find and engage, Kanavi who can look for a fight, and the fact that AL are ahead of this, you know, in this gold game, they're not making the most of that.
I mean, in this draft, it was a difficult choice to make when a lot of the standard jungle options we've seen have already been used in prior games of the series or were banned going into that second round of the draft. Kanavi leaning on an old reliable comfort pick. He's got a major win rate on this champion, but now he's going to have to make some magic because this is such a difficult scenario to try and pull a win with this champion. I do not envy him. As someone that enjoys playing Lee Sin in a variety of situations and just trusting in their own ability to figure things out, Kanavi really has his work cut out for him, as once again Top Esports cannot challenge for the dragon. That is anyone's legend now on soul point.
And if Top Esports don't do anything in the next 5 minutes, I don't know that that next fight is going to go any differently to how they've looked at trying to take that one there. Recalls came through for Top Esports. Nivori Flicker Blades picked up for Jackie Love, so 3 items now for that Xayah. And that might have been the thing that Top Esports were looking for, sort of choking out this topside vision. They know they've got a control ward in that pit. Top Esports happy.
Whoa. Okay, well, Hope forces the usage of that wild growth from Kyle since Kanavi was willing to send it, as Hope kind of frontline Jinx there for a moment. Still has his flash available, but no ghost. And the rest of Top Esports might take that as a sign to get really messy in the river, as Tarzan trying to contest Kanavi for the crab. Kanavi being able to lean back onto 369. Meanwhile, an isolated fight, Flandre's leading the charge, and Hope is just firing with all rockets. Jackie Love tries to split him apart with the feathers. Meanwhile, back on the top side, Shanks still on the second cast for perfect execution. I think it was already used. Tarzan is in trouble, and Jackie Love flews all the feathers into his back. Now anyone's legend are forced to retreat. It's Top Esports with the momentum. It's Top Esports pushing the tempo, and Hope is forced to flash away. Doesn't get caught by the feathers, but Cream forces him out, and Jackie Love is holding the line, looking for another blade call, and doesn't get it yet. Hope trying to do everything he can to force the rockets, but Kanavi gets into the back line, and Top Esports find the window they needed to come back in this game 3.
And 30 minutes into this game, Mark, it's Top Esports that take a clean ace, a 5-4-0 that is going to net them the Baron and a route right back into this game. The question for Top Esports was always, can they find this 5 versus 5? And even in this fight, the answer was no. But a massive 2v2 on the top side between 369 and Kanavi nets them the advantage. The double assassin duo for AL wasn't able to get it done. On this top side here, AL commits to trying to take down Kanavi, commits to this double assassin duo going forward, but 369 plays a blinder. The second Shanks goes in, he gets slammed into a wall. 369 able to actually do so much damage, and Kanavi able to kite it out for just long enough for the rest of this Top Esports team to get in there to help them out. And again, everybody from Top Esports playing with the maximum amount of their health bar. If Hope gets a reset, Top Esports get wiped, but everybody is just playing so frugally and so carefully with their health that they know the second Hope would get a reset, they back away.
And it just seemed like that was the folly of Shanks and Tarzan trying to ego check Kanavi on his Lee Sin and disrespecting 369 in mega form. We talked about how the purpose of these double assassins should be threatening the squishy backliners in Cream and Jackie Love. Why are you going towards the targets that have great disengage options and ways to punish you, as you don't necessarily have a huge health advantage on these two bruisers that Top Esports have? And I mean, for Top, they're grateful for the throw, and now it's them that have the 5,000 gold advantage.
And Jackie Love went back to base, picked up a full LDR, so cutting through the Cassante is now even easier. 369 went back to base, picked up a full Wit's End. He's now like a full item up over the Cassante, and 5,000 gold to the good as well. He's absolutely booming with the gold graph, and with Shanks able to just about duck out to safety here, Top Esports are wasting no time taking these objectives, taking these structures. And for anyone's legend, you know, they drafted this double assassin comp. Yes, they've got the Jinx to fall back on in the late game, but they've got no way of setting up for Hope. It's all on him to try and find space for himself, Shanks and Tarzan are at this stage in the game where, yes, they can still do great work if they get backline access artificially, but when they're getting forced into their Nexus, forced into their turrets, there's no way for them to generate those flank angles, and Kyle is playing Lulu. This is a champion that you need help with when trying to generate vision or trying to find those unique angles. It's not something that you can walk forward in on a Nautilus and try and make a play happen.
And Flandra, unfortunately, has been on food stamps this entire game. This is a 5,000 gold advantage for 369's Gnar. Now we know that past games, Anyone's Legend has made a pattern of sacking a lot of resources for Flandra because he's playing a tank and can just kind of weak side kingdom it. Not the case here for 369, who has been massive on this Gnar, finally finds an impact in that last fight, and now Tarzan is caught out by Hong's quickness, and Anyone's Legend are going to be down to 4 members for the next 47 seconds. This could be the game-winning push for top esports.
Yeah, no jungler isn't the biggest deal here. It's all on hope. Baron wears off now, so clearing out those minions is going to be pretty easy for the Jinx between the Rockets, between the Lulu as well.
All right, not quite.
Does mean that the Dragon is going to go their way. We're going to go to a 7 Drake game if it's not ended in the next 5 minutes here. Rocket in from Hope gets blocked nice and easily. And Hong just in the right space at the right time. Good smack from Kanavi as well. Not really ever a chance that that one does get stolen. But look at those items. Again, the recall from 369. He goes back to base. He picks up a full Guardian Angel. It is the single best item for dealing with a Jinx because GA doesn't count towards proccing her Get Excited. So 369 can actually now play with his entire health bar, die, respawn, and then play with a little bit more. Kanavi with the BF sword in the inventory. He's playing for a GA as well. We've got Locket, we've got Redemption. Making sure that this Jinx can't get a kill is of the utmost priority for top esports, and they're doing everything in those items to make sure that it works.
And almost 10 minutes ago, Anyone's Legend, when they had the gold advantage, was able to play around those. But now that they have chucked it and top esports have reaped the rewards of it, are now in a position where it is Anyone's Legend once again forced to make the aggressive play, but potentially to their own demise, because they are not going to have enough tools to reliably make the execution to make that reset happen. It would have to come from a massive throw or a massive pick where Anyone's Legend is able to isolate a carry away from the rest of the squad.
And when the map is so small for Anyone's Legend, finding those unique angles is so much more difficult. It makes top esports' job of trying to find these 5 versus 5s even easier, because they've just choked AL into such a short space in the Rift that really there's only 5v5s that you can take. Now top esports, they've done away with the top turret. They've decided it's too hard to siege with just little minions, and with Jinx able to clear out those waves, walk in, try and put some pressure down. Good sap plans.
Oh, Jackie Love forced a flash and used the Feather Storm. Tarzan getting aggressive on the Cream. That's his flash, and now Shanks is sending it. Hong tries to buy time with the quickness. Maybe that was the throw that Anyone's Legend were looking for. Shanks presses the pursuit. Jackie Love is forced to run away. He's burned both of his summoner spells, but Shanks is still hot on his trails, and the rest of Anyone's Legend is doing a beautiful job burning the GAs of Kanavi. 369 forced to retreat, and just like that, the miracle that the Pandas were hoping for comes through in the light of the double assassins fighting their moment.
369 just going to call the wave here, just make sure that there's nothing for AL to get. This is just a one fight. This is just a stabilization. But this is really, really important. Double inhibs typically means the game. Normally, it's really easy to just push through the lane that doesn't have an inhibitor down. You let the super minions do the work on one side, and that's all that you're after. 369 trying to play tricksy here, trying to buy time for his team to respawn. Hong is back. Jackie Love back out on the map. Baron spawns in 2 seconds. Kanavi dead for another 20. AL need to burn this and get out in time. Teleport comes in from Flandra to try and be there. TP in from Cream as well. Top esports are giving a fight.
Look at the minion wave pushing into the Nexus. If this goes sour for Anyone's Legend, this is top esports' game to win and match point for themselves.
Get in, get out.
For Anyone's Legend, can they get out? There's
fighting!
Pouring into the base, but wait a minute, Anyone's Legend, they're trying to turn the fight. The shockwave clips them back, and Jackie Love has enough space, and 369 has the big flank, looking for the ulti, but he times out. Boom goes back into mini form. Tarzan sends it. It's only on the Flandra. Shanks, just get the hell out of there. Your whole team is dying. Top esports, they lose the Baron, but they don't give a damn because they're winning the fight, and they're gonna walk towards into the base and push for match point.
Game 3 is going to go to top esports. Shanks and Tarzan are going to have to perform a miracle to defend versus 4. 369 still has GA Cream, still full HP. Kanavi still full HP as well, and with super minions pouring into their base, that Nexus turret isn't respawning anytime soon. Shanks and Tarzan, what have you got?
They can't kill the minion wave. They can't stop the push. Top Esports, they're dropping 2 members, but it's not enough. Top Esports advance to match point.
And it's a throw for anyone's legend. The job there was get in and get out. The minions were pouring into their base. They didn't have the numbers to be able to take that fight convincingly. And in that final fight, actually, the shockwave from Cream was massive. Just stalling people, making sure they couldn't make their way in, making sure they didn't get that final reset, they couldn't get that attack for Hope. And he didn't get in there, didn't get the damage, didn't get to run through the fight like the Jinx was looking to. Access was granted because they went through the choke, gave an option to 369 to get in there. And for top esports, it's 2-1 now. They are the ones on match point.
Her face was like my face when I saw the decision from anyone's legend after the Baron, instead of retreating, to try and turn for the fight instead. I was like, guys, you have a minion wave pushing into your base. If you take this flip and you lose, then the game is over. Maybe anyone's legend decided that there's no hope for them, even if they try and look for a retreat, that they would get stopped on the bases. Not everyone would make it through. I don't know, but I don't envy the position that they were put in. But then again, Rude, remember who was the team that threw their lead over to top esports at that point?
Yeah, they certainly had an advantage in the start of this game. They were up 3,000 gold. I think they sort of ran into the pigeonholes of their composition and realized that around that 25-minute marker where, yeah, they found a Drake and put themselves to soul point, but if they were trying to push the pace of the game, they had no real way of doing that. They were up 3k gold. They did nothing with it. And ultimately, this double assassin comp wanted to fight and didn't quite make those fights work. The hands check almost from 369 once again proved to be enough.
And now we find ourselves match point in advantage for top esports. 1 game away from being able to advance to the grand finals for a chance to get revenge against BLG after barely falling against them 3-2 in the upper final, where Cubby said it best on the desk. He thought that the better jungler did not win that day. Kanavi on this Lee Sin, we were both a little skeptical at, was he going to be able to find this moment? Well, he was able to receive the fights and play them out as best as he could have. And for top esports now, moving into a game 4 scenario where a lot of the jungle pool has diminished. There's still some picks like the Xin Zhao, since it has yet to be picked. The Vi also available. I will say, Rude, when we have gotten to those scenarios, when we play the standard skirmishers, sometimes they are not always for the better. Sometimes it's the niche pocket picks that give the advantage over to the likes of Kanavi and Tarzan in the past.
Yeah, I mean, 100% kill participation for Hong as well. Definitely worth calling out. But yeah, you're quite right that those junglers, those skirmish-esque picks can sometimes fall flat. And in these big crucial moments, it's good to see that Kanavi was able to kind of do what he needed to. I will say, I don't think this game was about the jungle. And I think once again, this game was about 369. He's the reason that they were able to turn this around. He was constantly generating pressure on the map. Constantly actually doing DPS. He had the most damage in this game for his team. Jackalov was able to do a good amount, but it was really all on the fact that this guy in the top side is kind of dumpstering Flandre, and it's being felt very palpably through this series.
This is the 369 that top esports fans were missing when they played their series against BLG, especially towards the second half. We don't know what happened in that Gragas game specifically, but 369 obviously took some time to reflect and really make sure to lock in for this lower finals, as we're going to reiterate the stakes again. Because of the championship point scenario, anyone's legend could automatically qualify going to Worlds just off of the strength of advancing to grand finals. Top esports don't have that same luxury because they bowed out early from a upset by WE back in Split 2 playoffs. So top esports are in the position where they not only have to win this series, but then they also have to beat BLG in the grand finals to auto-qualify as one of the first 2 seeds for LPL going into the World Championship. If they go through that entire journey and neither of those conditions are met, then they have to go to the regional gauntlet, and they have to play for their lives there, either as the 3rd or the 4th seed.
And yeah, 3rd and 4th seed currently looking like it could be a very daunting place to be with the state of the LCK playoffs as they are. We will be keeping our eyes closely on which of those teams are looking to make it through as we, have our finals weekend here, and then regional qualifiers start up in a couple of days after that. 3 very important series to be played after the grand finals are secured, and the possibility that Top Esports could be playing, a good amount of those games. Would be nice to see them take a series here and maybe force it to the finals, get a 2-for-1 in terms of 2 series, or 2 titles rather, in a year. But unfortunately, they've still got 1 more game to do it. They've still got an opportunity to make their journey into the final. They're going to have to go through BLG as well if they are successful in that venture. But I think that 4369 in particular, he's the one who Top Esports are going to need to continue to rally behind. He has been absolutely incredible through this series. And for Flandre as well, it's a big chance for him to step up. He's got 1 more game before, if he loses, he has to ultimately lose out for the rest of the season and then go to regional qualifier himself. Alternatively, we'll keep our eyes out for if he can bounce back in this series and send AL straight to Worlds.
I want to go back to something that Tabe mentioned in an interview when he first came to the squad for the 2025 season. He was very excited working in specifically with Flandre because he knows that Flandre is one of the few top laners that will get an early read on patch notes and try and cook up some creative picks here. The only thing that has really stood out so far this series was the Aurora top lane, nothing else. And once again, 369, deservedly so, picks up the MVP, his 2nd one of the series, almost 50% of his entire MVP score for the playoffs. A great time for him to return to that form that we have come to expect 369 to show over the years, and a great time for Top Esports fans as now they find themselves on match point. The winner goes for a rematch against BLG. We're gonna see if Top Esports can close out the series 3-1 and make Rude right on his predictions, or if anyone's legend will send us to Silver Scrapes. See you on the other side of the break. Welcome back, y'all. We are getting ready for Game 4 between Top Esports and Anyone's Legend. The defending champions, their backs are against the wall as Top Esports, the Split 1 champions, are one game victory away for a rematch against BLG in the grand final.
Yeah, they got to come and take the crown back the hard way, right? This is going through the reigning champions to try and claw back your title. Obviously, a big series up against BLG awaits the victor of this series. But it's going to be really big to see Top Esports take this game back if they can close out this series here and now. It means that I'm right and I've got a 3-1 predict locked and loaded. But for Anyone's Legend, they're obviously going to be hoping that you can be a little bit of a prophet yourself, Mark, as you got that 3-2 predict for them to find that sweep.
It has to start with this Game 4 for Anyone's Legend to bring it back if that's going to be the case. The defending champions have their work cut out for them as Top Esports. A reminder for anyone that didn't watch a majority of that Game 3, it was Anyone's Legend's first early game that they were dominating the entire series. But 369's advantage on the Gnar slowly starting to creep in like a shadow to spoil Anyone's Legend triumph, and eventually the advantage proved too large to endure, and one bad fight is enough for Top Esports to quickly regain control and just put themselves at match point.
Yeah, and I think that's the crucial stage here, is that 369 has had dominion of that top lane for the last 3 games. Games 1 and 2, Top Esports put a good amount of resources, or AL rather, put a good amount of resources into putting 369 down that were unfounded, that didn't work, right? Like, they did this and it got them nowhere. However, for game number 3, it was all about 369 just being able to quite happily island on the Gnar versus the Cassante was more than fine for the entire laning phase. We move into the mid, into the late game, and all of a sudden that Gnar with the 5k gold lead individually is able to pop off and to absolutely destroy. You know, the double assassin duo tried to take a 2v2 up against the Gnar, who was just that little bit too strong, and I think that in the end that proves to be the crux of this composition that Top Esports were able to come away with a win with. Obviously, AL drafted themselves into, again, a little bit of a hole where they're going, we need to pick these double assassins and then try and find a team fight that looks good, which is always going to be difficult, but I think in a position where they actually find some decent composition, or maybe they look to do the same thing. We were talking about in the draft that the Jinx didn't fit with their composition. Maybe if it was Azeri that had tried to go forward, we could have had an entirely different conversation, but try and pick something that syncs up nicely with each other. Tabe, known for his cooking, maybe trying to spoil the broth a little bit too much here.
It is crazy to think that when we were like planning what our storylines were going to be and going through what this series was going to be pivoted on, we thought about the jungle head-to-head, we thought about the bot lane head-to-head. Hell, we even gave some speculation, you know, maybe Cream tries to lock in and help improve his consistency against someone like Shanks, who has been a standout for a majority of the year. Never in my mind I would have thought that the most massive gap was going to come from the top lane as 369 rebounding from a disappointing end in the upper finals against BLG, now making a statement series so far against Flandra.
And a lot of different bans hitting the board as we go into game number 4. The Kalista taken away from Jackie Love. The Braum taken out of contention as well. So we've effectively taken 2 AD carries off the board there. The Lucian pairing not going to be possible now either. And I'm curious as to what AL want to go for. They could still take the Lucian if they want, but they've hamstrung themselves with that really early Braum ban. Azir and Kiana still hit that ban table. We take them away from Shanks. Take the Kiana away on red side. And the question really is, okay, we've got Xin Zhao still open. Is that something that the junglers want to try and play for, or is that something that is going to see ban?
Some of the skirmishers we highlighted in the previous game are available for the taking. Now, Anyone's Legend immediately recognizing how big of a top gap that 369 has been able to leverage. They go for the Renekton early blind pick to give Flandra at least a little bit of safety in the top lane. But if Top Esports are just slamming a counter pick right away, I guess we'll have to wait and see what 369's ideal counter pick will be as Top Esports start eyeing the jungle pool and say to themselves, let's just guarantee a Jarvan for ourselves in this game.
Yeah, and they could take Talia here as well, right? If they wanted to, just make sure that they've got themselves a really nice mid lane pairing. Somebody gets locked in that Cataclysm. Well, unfortunately, then they just get shoved. They get killed probably on entrance. They don't have to take their top laner here if they don't want to, unless they want to hide what they're looking for on this third pick, which seems to be the case. The Jace locked in. It is a flex pick here. It's worth mentioning that if they find a good matchup in the mid lane, Cream could take this Jace into that mid lane. For AL, though, Zinzal most likely, just going to be locked in. One of the few bridging junglers that we still have left available. Obviously, we highlighted the Vi as a pick that could still exist, and the fact that Ziggs did not get banned by Top Esports this time round, in owing to them being on the blue side, in owing to them being on the red side, excuse me, does give hope. Is Ziggs again a champion that you can't have those big pop-off hyper carry performances on, but that you can still carry your team through with, and something that Hope has done very consistently on this pick.
Top Esports taking their time on this last pick of the first round. With the Sylas lock-in, you get Dominus, you get Crescent Guard, you get Mega Inferno Bomb. Not necessarily game-warping ultimates, but they're pretty darn solid for creating space and giving yourself extra durability, at least for the first two, and then an extra nuke on top of it for the third ultimate. This should try and at least persuade anyone's legend to not give any other crucial ultimates over to Top Esports with their last two picks.
Yeah, and I think that Ezreal here is actually a pick that could very easily get picked up for Jackie, looking at the amount of AD carries that have been banned away. You know, there's a vast quantity that we see removed in terms of the Fearless plus Kalista Misfortune hitting the ban table. Ezreal maybe comes in as that next line of protocol, but for Top Esports, they've got this poke composition already with the Jace locked in, so taking out that long range sustain definitely does make sense. Now for Jackie, things like Jhin, things like Zeri start to creep into the fold. I think Jhin may be the most likely of picks to just try and go blow for blow and try and extend how much damage you've got as you go into that ranged progression.
Top Esports have another powerful engage tool on their side. Anyone's legend having to figure out which support pick they can lock in for themselves that would also not cause them the most pain and suffering in Cream being able to yoink away a powerful ultimate. And with the options we saw, it doesn't look too pretty. You're going to be giving over a pretty warping ultimate. Death Charge seems to be the call here for anyone's legend. Not ideal, but at the end of the day, you're going to need some type of guaranteed lockdown to help set up this Ziggs for that Mega Inferno Bomb nuke.
I wonder if they go for a... oh, no, I did not wonder if they go for one of these. I was thinking more like a Tristana or something like that, something AD in the mid lane, so that the Ziggs is the only magic damage in the composition, but it is Vigor getting locked in. Talk about big ultis to give over to a Sylas, Rafa. How about the Primordial Burst?
It's a big gambit from Shanks. And I'm actually curious if he's ever played Vigor in his career before. I don't at least remember seeing it from him this year. I guess it might have been a long time, but for Top Esports, their last option is a Jhin. Now, knowing that there's a lot of damage already spread out from a majority of Top Esports' composition here, everyone seems to be going forward. Jackie Love is in the ideal position to be unthreatened in the backline, just trying to throw out curtain call bullets and deadly flourishes to aid with the fight. I just want to point out, Rude, in their prior series when Jackie Love was in a similar situation on the Jhin against BLG in their series, yeah, he was getting a lot of farm. He didn't rack up any deaths for a long time, but it just seemed like it was really at the mercy of the rest of his team doing well and not necessarily a game that he had a lot of impact on.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of been the story for Jackie Love so far this series, I will say, as he's sat, again, kind of as a passenger for this series, and that Hope actually has been doing pretty darn well for anyone's legend, maybe looking like he's going to be performing that little bit better in terms of these AD carries. It's almost a similar situation to the one that we found Pays in, like I said, a couple of days ago, where, you know, despite the best efforts of the AD carry from anyone's legend this time round, he's not quite been able to carry his team over the line. Game number 4 does start. Some unique picks being picked up here. The first game of Vigor for Shanks this season. this year. He has played it previously. He's got 3 games under the belt, 2 wins and 1 loss in his career on this Vigar.
Everything coming down to the line here. This could be the last game of the series. Let's see if anyone's legend can bring it back, or if it is Top Esports advancing to the grand final here in Game 4 of our lower finals.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
I love this early maneuver from Top Esports. Not even sending 369 to do the ward in the bush, but sending the rest of the squad so that if there's any members from anyone's legend there waiting for them, 369 doesn't suffer any HP early on in the laning phase. They're doing everything they can. They have made such a great pivot in understanding that 369, for whatever reason, is showing up big in this lower finals against Flandra, and he has yet to really have a solid response, and now they're ready to give him pretty much the keys to the kingdom in what could be their series winning point.
And he's going to need to, they're going to need to make that happen. Already we see a little bit of a trade from Shanks there on the Vigar. Last time we played this was 2013 when he was on WE up against LGD. Went 8-0-8 in that game, Mark. So a pretty decent run of things in here if his last series is anything to go off. Obviously that was a good couple of years ago at this point, but still something to keep our eyes on. We don't see Vigar all that frequently, so the power of a Vigar in the early stages of the game, typically quite weak, but what you can do, especially versus a Sylas, is look to farm up your Phenomenal Evil. The way the Vigar passive works is if you land a spell onto an enemy, you gain a stack of AP. 1 single AP per spell, and you can see on the left-hand side how there's a little counter next to his teleport on the passive. That is the amount of AP that he has gained through this game. You also get stacks for last-hitting minions with Q. We do see an early trade already coming on through.
And Cream was able to sneak his way into that event horizon to continue the trade and putting even a bigger damper into Shanks' health bar. This is where Cream does stand very strong, able to get his Sylas, one of his signature picks ever since his come up with OMG back during his developmental days and his debut in the LPL. And now Top Esports putting a little bit of faith and trust into one of his signature comfort picks as we take a look. Shanks, he has not played the Vigar since 23 summer, but he's going to try and turn the script here in this game 4.
And again, a reminder for those maybe just tuning in now, seeing Top Esports on match point, a win here doesn't necessarily secure them a world's berth. They would still have to beat BLG and go for that automatic qualification spot. But for anyone's legend, if they can turn this series back around, it secures them as being the 2nd seed, or at least the one of the top 2 seeds that goes to Worlds alongside BLG, as we do see Cream here in the mid lane forcing the flash out of Shanks. Already a heavy CS advantage being picked up. This whole series has been, honestly, more favoured for Cream in that mid lane. Game number 4 is no exception.
Things have been quite calm here on Summoner's Rift in our 4th game of the series, Rude. A lot of the antes are being set up as we get a chance to continue looking at the current win rate for all these champions locked in by the players. Top Esports slowly eking out an advantage in a couple of these solo lanes here. Flandra gonna have to be careful if Kanavi does make a visit on the top side, but most likely just trying to hover 369 so that he can safely push in this wave for a quick reset.
A lot of tension in the early game to this 4th match. AL knowing that a loss here means that they are resigned to the regional qualifier, to that double best-of series potentially that's going to be tricky for them to try and play around. Hong just literally sat on the ward. You can see Cream hovering the top side. There's that minion.
Good patience and reserve from Hong. Only commits the Q stun, not going for the crash down, as Shanks did have that event horizon giving him that extra bit of safety. But at some point, Shanks will not have his flash for another couple of minutes here. Top Esports trying to do everything they can to continue punishing that window, as now it is Kyle forced to at least respond to the mid lane and give Shanks a relief in pressure.
And what I will say, as Hope just about able to push that wave under the turret, 369 will be able to hold it though. What I will say about this composition for Anyone's Legend is normally if you see these, infinitely scaling champions, we talk about their ability in the late game and look at how well that makes the composition thrive. Vigar, I think for me, one of the champions that despite their infinite scaling actually really struggles as you move later and later into the game, because accessing the damage and being safe in order to do that is really tricky relatively. He's a short range mage. He's very mid-range in that way that he deals damage. The W is the large big burst that comes through, but it's so easy to dodge, so difficult to try to land. And the event horizon, such a big cooldown as well, that once it's off cooldown, in the late game, teams are so frequently able to posture around it and to play sensibly, knowing that it's available and knowing that when it's down, Vigar becomes very, very vulnerable.
Anyone's Legend just trying to do everything they can to protect him, especially during the next couple of minutes when that window is still punishable by Top Esports, who have, for a majority of the series, have had their way when it comes to the early game. Kanavi, at least 3 out of the 4 games so far, or 2 out of the 3 games we saw, had the better early game over Tarzan. This is a time where both Xin and J4 can get things done. You have a lot of powerful ganking tools and CC available pre-6. Obviously, that Cataclysm can warp some fights, especially onto targets that don't have a flash. And Kanavi, level 6, he's trying to think of going over the Raptor wall. There's still the timer here, Rude. Sends it, Cataclysm right over the top. But Cream doesn't find the second cast of the upstun upduck for the chains, and Shanks keeps himself safe.
Yep, dodging out there. Really solid footwork from Shanks means that Cream, with a unfortunate miss there, loses out on an opportunity to find access to the flashless Vigar, and that's now the first Cataclysm from Kanavi used to ultimately no effect. Still sat on a ward there, so they know that this is an attempted play that is being made by Top Esports. And Shanks will be very happy. He's staved off the pressure, just a couple of seconds on his flash, and a flashless immobile mage in the mid lane is not going to be punished.
And even with a teleport burned, it's an unsealed spellbook from Kael, so not really a major advantage gained by Top Esports for that play. So now that Shanks has his flash back up, they're going to have a little bit of an advantage when it comes to being able to play more aggressively, try and bait or go Top Esports into looking for something similar. And the fact that they were prepared for that play gives me a little bit of inclination that Anyone's Legend wants to set up for another trap.
We'll call out just quickly as we head toward these grubs. This top lane has once again been ran by 369, up 20 CS. Dominus popped early though by Flandre.
Flandre's just trying to kill the wave as fast as possible. Here comes the rest of Anyone's Legend, and that is the signal for Top Esports to try and retreat. Cream gets snagged up here by the dredge line into the death charge. Big Inferno Bomb over the top. Cream is able to flash away from the sweet spot, but still in trouble. Kael flashing forward off the timer of his passive, coming back up, and it's first blood going over to Flandre's Renekton.
Flash route in from Kael, really solid to find the land as Shanks has gone the long way around here. Finds himself in the face of 3 people, but actually doing a pretty good job. He lands.
Oh! Hong got interrupted, was trying to look for the crash down over the wall, but gets pulled right back in. I don't know how the hell that happened, but it worked out anyway for the Pandas, and now they have 2 kills on the board.
A Q3 from Tarzan knocks him up out of the wall, pulls him back to the same side, and the primordial burst from Shanks, they're able to find a kill. Now, AL, can they get out?
Oh, Kanavi gets interrupted with a flag and drag thanks to Shanks' event horizon. Curtain call from Jackie Love might be able to find some stragglers. Tarzan getting body blocked by Kael, but it doesn't matter. Kanavi has the Cataclysm back up from cooldown, and they're able to get 2 kills back for themselves.
Yeah, AL are the fish, and Kanavi puts them in the barrel there with that Cataclysm, making sure Jackie Love can't really miss as, little mana on Shanks' ability to defend himself here, very, very neutralized. 2 for 1 in terms of grubs, 2 for 2 in terms of kills. So Top Esports able to equalize on that play, and they do make sure that as far as all things go, this game contains and remains itself to be very, very neutral. A little bit of an interaction that I want to call out. If you're a fan of particularly Shorts content, I'll hold the point as Hope under a little bit of fire here. Cream able to make sure that there's a lot of damage going down onto Hope. If you're a fan of Shorts content, you may have seen this Chinese bot lane is ruining my games. It's the Vigar Ziggs duo. You put them in the cage, and then the Ziggs W, you can push them into the cage. without them voluntarily walking into it. So keep your eye out for that later on. If somebody's trapped in that baby cage, look how Hope looks to use the satchel charge. Frequently, he's a player who uses it pretty much exclusively for safety, but that's an offensive tool that it can be used for as in this match. We'll take a look at the replay of how all of this broke down. This is the start of this. This is his first blood that went the way of anyone's legend. You'll see the timing here. Pretty good from Hope, waiting for that CC to come through. Being fortunately able to cheat that with the flash. And we extend this play a little bit further. Shanks, I think, wanting a little bit more from this. Maybe wisely so here. Tarzan procs 2 autos. Lands the wind, becomes lightning. I'm going to slow down my flow here. Gets over the wall. Knocks him up out of the wall with that Q3. Prepped on the Void Grubs, and the Primordial Burst takes Hong down.
The extension of the play becomes very exciting. As anyone's legend, they got the 2 grubs, but Top Esports recognizing that they can get something here, knowing that there are no more ultimate cooldowns, no more flashes available, and at least equalize some of the gold back into their pockets. Yes, they don't get a majority of the grubs, but they had the first dragon just a few minutes ago, and now they're prepping the second one of the game as Cream trying to gain priority through the bottom lane.
Yeah, gonna miss out on a couple of creeps, but he takes down some good HP off of Shanks there, and it maybe not the reason that they get the Drake, but certainly a contributing factor. Mega Inferno Bomb interrupts 369, procs the bone plating. Now Kyle here.
369 has been here before for almost the entire series. Flandra pops the Dominus, the flash after 369's own summoner spell, and this time it is the cleanest dive we have seen from anyone's legend executing 369.
Remember, AL have got 2 Void Grubs and Ziggs, so this turret take is so heavily favored for anyone's legend. Maybe the fortification actually doing a good amount of work here. The extra member for anyone's legend. I mean, Kyle sticking around, he's doing like 20 damage per auto attack. So he's just making life a lot harder, really, than anything else. The more people around a turret does mean the harder it is for you to take. You can see it's a lot easier with just the 2-man band and Hope able to reset those passive procs. Yes, it looks like Top Esports are ahead. Well, look at the proc from Hope. W goes up, and the turret take trade. It's just not fair.
Did you hear the crowd just go, "Aww"?
No.
Don't be fooled, guys. I know it looked close, and even I was getting baited by the attack speed buff you get from the Demacian Standard on Kanavi's Jarvan, but Ziggs diff when it comes to the satchel charge, just being able to execute towers at, what is it, at 20% HP threshold? 25%?
25 at rank 1, and it goes up to 35 by rank 5.
That is not balanced.
They should be moving Ziggs now down to the bot side. I look at the minimap. Hope is bot lane. Perfect. How much longer have we got on plates? A minute. He might be able to steal a plate away. But the way you play Ziggs is you move him around the map, you get him gold. And then he hopefully carries you through these team fights. So far, they've done a really good job at that. Blackfire Torch already picked up. Again, magical footwear, meaning that he's not having to pit stop on 1100 gold for boots. I think that for Ziggs in particular, getting those Sork shoes is actually really important. It can be a really good boost of damage. Whereas AD carry's not necessarily as reliant on Berserker boots if they can go for an attack speed item second. Nice to see as well that you get to keep your Vigor in the mid lane by moving the Ziggs around the side lanes to try and take those turrets. It gives the Vigor a safety haven of that mid lane tier 1 turret that he can fall back to and feel safe at for the large portion of this game.
And that movement of Ziggs is exactly the kind of prodiff you want to see in your own games if you're going to try Ziggs at your own hand. And if you want to get any tips, make sure to use the code LPL10 to save 10% on the next time you schedule a one-on-one with one of the current or former pros of the LTA, ERL, and the NACL. Maybe they can show you how to leverage up your own Ziggs turret destruction gameplay. As one of the things I also wanted to touch upon, Rude, is the fact that normally when you go for double magic carries in your mid and AD carry, you feel pressed to have a consistent amount of physical damage from your other roles. Hong should be able to walk away safely. But Top Esports don't have any real tanks on their side. It's just Hong, and he's going to be on support economy, so anyone's legend are going to feel just great just having a multitude of bursts from the disposal of their 4 threat carries.
And as we do move into that late game, it's a question mark around how well can Top Esports execute on what is ultimately a dive composition here. You know, Jarvan and Silas have got to go through the cage, they've got to go through minefields, they've got to go through a present guard as well. It's not going to be really easy for Top Esports to find purchase in these team fights. I'm going to be reliant very heavily on looking at those unique angles. So we get to see Shanks already a part of starting up this Rift Herald. Looks like AL, the ones set for this, but Hope can start putting down these minefields. You can see the event horizon go down as well. Top Esports do need to be very careful about how they approach this.
Event Horizon goes down. Kanavi is temporarily locked down. The satchel charge does punt him at the end into the Mega Inferno Bomb. Flandre tries to lead the charge, and Kanavi is vaporized. Now the rest of Top Esports have to fight their way through the rest of the Pandas. Hong and Cream isolated from the rest of their carries. Flandre about to get pulled, and Jackie Love bursts him down with the 4th bullet. Here comes the re-engage. Tarzan pushes them away with the pressing guard. Cream is forced to flash away. Jackie Love trying to see if he can find more bullets to put into the backs of anyone's legend as Tarzan is able to get away, but here comes the curtain call. Hunting for Tarzan in the back line. Shanks tries to body block it. Can he curve it like Messi? No! Top Esports not able to find another one, and Jackie Love is exposed by Hope 6, and he still has a flash, and he gets over the wall back to safety! Hope 6 comes shining through in game 4.
Oh my god, that fight was so long that the initial members that died have come back to life. Jackie Love goes down in the end, finds the short fuse just a little bit too dangerous, as Hope is able to take the 1v1 as an AD carry. A very, very close skirmish, but you're starting to see some of the pitfalls and some of the strengths of this AL composition. Count the amount of bombs that go wide, the Ws that don't quite land. This fight could have gone so much better had some of these crucial skill shots landed. Another W from Hope there. Another W from Shanks that doesn't quite manage to connect. We're seeing Flandre on this backside able to kite out for a little bit, but does go down. W from Shanks misses here. Hope, another bomb that just goes a little bit off over the top of Cream. Again, these spells that on these mages need to be landing aren't quite finding their marker.
But at the right moments, Rude, he was able to eliminate some targets. I definitely, watching back in the replay, there's a lot of skill shots that went wide, but now anyone's legend find themselves with a decent gold advantage over Top Esports as they are trying to stop the dragon stacking from continuing. Cream looks for Kyle or Flandre first. Tarzan tries to follow up and bail out his top laner. Kanavi slams down the Cataclysm, forcing Flandre to flash away. Burning down into Ignite, and Cream finds him with the Upscon. Now looking for the Upduct here. Shane right on top of Shanks. He's isolated from the rest of anyone's legend. Tarzan in the middle in the thick of it, trying to sustain off the Thunder Sky. Hope and Jackie Love 1v1 me, bro, to the death in the Dragon Pit, and both go down to the fountain. Tarzan is the only survivor from the side of the Pandas, but Top Esports will be looking for the 3rd dragon of the game, but then again, Kanavi's not alive, so they don't feel confident in taking it.
Yeah, they can't push themselves to soul point with Tarzan just lurking around, and the HP bars are a little bit low. 369 would want to be the one doing the consistent DPS, but he could probably easily get picked off by Kanavi. Flandre here gets spotted out and he gets focused, targeted down. It looks like it's a bit of an overcommit from Top Esports here as a massive charade of damage comes down onto 369. But once the burst happens, there's not enough left in the tank. All of this AL composition is focused on burst. And the top side, this 1v1, we didn't get to see it on screen. Jackie Love flashes nothing, unfortunately, as it's actually a Q from Jackie in the last second that he's able to put down. The dancing grenade before the reload comes through finds him the kill. And a 1-for-1 on the top side, but a very one fight for Top Esports elsewhere as we go back to the Dragon mark, and it's take 2.
Rude, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Naruto Shippuden, but that was pretty much resembling the last fight between Naruto and Sasuke. Both of them just going down, taking each other in the last stand. But we are back to the Dragon Pit. Anyone's legend are the first ones in control of this objective, in Top Esports trying to see if they can brute force their way through. But Kyle looks to set up the Mega Inferno Bomb. Kanavi has to lock him down in the Cataclysm, but no one from Top Esports can follow up. Kyle flashes away from the empowered Shock Blast, preserving his life, and Cream looking for the follow-up.
Important interaction. You can't dash out of the event horizon. You have to use a blink. So Jarvan, Flag, and Drag, you can't get out. Abscond or Duct, you're going to get stopped by that cage. Rel dismount, you're going to get caught by the cage. A really good utilization of the Kyle and Shanks duo there, where they're able to put people in the cage, and as soon as they try to escape, they end up just getting stunned up on it anyway. And you can see all it needs is just one round of combos from Hope and Shanks for somebody to fall. Not a lot of magic resist to speak of currently on the Top Esports side. We've got a couple of pairs of Merc Treads knocking about, but outside of that, imagine 369 gets caught. He's going to get one-rounded by the Vigor, one-rounded by the Ziggs as well. And I like this item actually picked up by Shanks, a Crypt Bloom here. A little bit of an opportunity to give a heal over to his team if they can find that first pick.
Yeah, the healing is nothing like redemption, but being able to guarantee you're punching through some of the magic resistance.
Isn't it? Like,
yeah.
It's a team-wide triumph, which is always, you know, the amount of times you get triumphed if, it's crazy.
Sometimes it could be what gives you the winning edge in a crucial team fight. And for anyone's legend, they need as many winning edges as possible. Remember, they're the ones on the back foot in this game 4. 1-2 in series score. Top Esports, one Nexus falls in favor of them. They punch their ticket to grand finals, and anyone's legend, their chances of auto-qualifying to Worlds are left up to BLG and Top Esports to decide. But anyone's legend do not want to let fate be decided by the hands of another team. They want to be in control of their own destiny, and they're setting up for the Rift Herald now.
And in a series that we touted as the battle of these two junglers, it's been honestly a little bit of a muted performance. I think that Tarzan may be having one of his least standout series that we've seen from him so far. Moving around the map, constantly having a little bit of a CS advantage, but it's been really about 369 through this series in particular. The disparity that he's been able to generate in that top lane has been felt time and time again, and on this Jace, currently 1-1-5, may well be the case once more. As we move into this mid-game, Top Esports almost dead even on gold, but it's anyone's legend using the setup of their composition. The fact that they can put Ziggs minefields down, they can put Event Horizons to cut off chokes. They're setting up first as they've started up the Atacon.
They are so confident in forcing this despite the gold being practically even. Top Esports waiting for their moment to get in through the Event Horizon. Magnus Storm is set by Han. Kanavi goes in 2k HP. Who's going to secure it? It's Kanavi! That steals the Atacon away! And they're starting to win the fight. They have a 4 versus 3 advantage. Tarzan, Shanks, and Hope are the only members left standing. Tarzan is about to pop the Rift Herald. Can he pull off some Tokyo Drift moments here? He goes back in with the 3-talent strike.
The bomb!
369 is blown up by Hope's bomb there. Rift Herald is popped. No one's gonna ride it, and the rest of Top Esports can be grateful that they've secured the major objective.
Yeah, they steal away the Atacon there. It's a 2-for-2 in the fight, as 3 members of each side able to limp away to safety, but you're starting to see the issues with this AL composition. Look at how AL are able to zone away 4 members by using the Event Horizon. The second that goes down, though, it gives a way in. Cream actually does a very good job at buying space, buying time. The Event Horizon falls, the minefield goes down, and all of a sudden the rest of Top Esports swarm on in. Cataclysm locks up 2. It's a massive fight from the Top Esports jungler, despite the fact that Kanavi, you know, doesn't find too much after the fact. He's able to do such a good job, and I think locking people up, getting them in the mixer with the Atacon as well. Looking at the Drake spawning in 90 seconds time mark, these team fights have been anything but one-sided. It's been critically close across the board. AL fighting for their lives in this series, but Top Esports are looking to send themselves to that grand final.
You said it best, Rude. Tarzan in probably his least impactful series of playoffs so far. It seems like he has been mostly absent and nowhere near the game-warping impact, the game-warping jungle gap he has been able to leverage against IG, JDG, to get here in the first place. And now everything is on the line for anyone's legend star jungler to try and make space for this double wizard carry that he has in his backline that is so potent, but is not consistently finding the advantages that the Pandas need for a Game 5 Silver Screams.
We're going to trade these tier 1 turrets. Bot lane going to fall. It looks like Tarzan going to be the one to claim the majority of the gold there as Hope comes in to do what ZiggsW does best and take down those turrets. Cream, though, getting funneled a full 300 gold as he takes down that top lane tier 1 turret of his own fruition. 5 seconds on this dragon. AL, the ones with control over the river, the ones who have both cleared out this mid lane now, and really, they should just look to rip this off spawn. TP available for Shanks if he wants to get there, but without the Event Horizon, their ability to contest this space, definitely a lot lower than necessary.
Jackie Love, no cleanse, but he still has the
They're
flash.
in onto
He keeps
Ziggs.
his distance. Kanavi sends it. Crescent Guard blocks any range damage. Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't hit anyone. Jackie Love goes for the back line and takes out the throat of Hopes and Ziggs. There's no more bomb expert, and now he repositions the fight with the curtain call, sending bullets one after another. Jackie Love steps up forward. The regular season MVP gets slain. Tarzan and Shanks are able to hold their ground, and now Cream is on the retreat. Tries to get some HP back with the Kingslayer, but Han cannot bail him out. And despite the heroics of Jackie Love, it is still an anyone's legend victory in the Dragon River.
Mark, it's a banger already here. Game number 4 is delivering. These fights are critically close at every single turn. It's one person stepping up and then another round of cooldowns comes through to turn the fight back around. You can even see off the back of this Cream trying to make the most of this. Kyle has no flash. He can maybe summon a heal to get in range for a hook later on. But the tier 1 turret falls in favor of the Dragon. 2 Infernal Drakes now for anyone's legend. And for a Vigor in particular, Mark, that is a massive boon for AL. The fact that they can get these Infernals is going to give them such a big boost. Kanavi, a massive heads-up play there. Uses his flag and drag to get over the satchel from Hope. And Jackie Love knows, no flash, no W, I'm killing this Ziggs. But they forgot about the second wizard in their roster. Shank's able to do enough work on the back line of here to be able to make this fight happen. Goes forward. I think Primordial Burst actually wasted here as Tarzan was right on top of Jackie Love. Maybe they could have used that to take down Cream off the backside of this. Even still, using those tools, saving those spells could be the difference maker in these team fights. Look at the items for the Wizards though. Double needlessly large rods in their back pockets. When those Rabadons get finished off, Mark, that's when these 2 carries go into overdrive.
In anyone's legend's darkest hour, the game that could send them to the whims of a top esports BLG Grand Final, it is Shanks and Hope trying to do everything they can to step up. And the fact that when one mage falls, the other is still cleaning up the rest of top esports gives the hope needed for anyone's legend to stay alive. 2 dragons apiece now at 27 minutes. Baron is on the table here, Rude. Time to do a quick inventory scan of where we are at for item completions and spikes.
Yeah, it's all about AL stalling now. They want to get those Rabadons before we find that next fight. Double large rod is the big takeaway. Cream probably wants to finish off his Zhonyas as well. Jackie Love not close to a completed item, so honestly, he's itching to fight right about now. Maybe we could argue that GA being picked up for Kanavi would be big. 369, could he finish that Warhammer? Maybe, but maybe even just getting lockets on our supports would be the next big ticket for these carries. Hope's Rabadons has now been finished. Shank's very close to finding that completion as well. He's recalling on the top side. He might just be able to go back and finish that off himself. But we spent a lot of time waiting around here, Arthur. Maybe the Baron was the port of call 2 minutes ago, but actually, looking at the way that the Drake timer is slowly whittling its way down, could very well be the case that that next fight happens around the Dragon again.
Rude, Shanks has almost 300 stacks. Almost 700 AP, and he hasn't even finished the death cap yet.
He will hit 1,000 on this Rabadon's purchase. He will hit 1,000.
Oh my goodness. I hope the observers can get a confirmation, but I trust you. I trust your word. Flandre might be in trouble. One cast of the slice and dice, no flash available. It's a crash down in the CC chain from Hong trying to set up 369 for the execution. Kanavi trying to stall Kyle from being able to save his top laner, but the Mega Inferno Bomb is what pushes 369 in the end. And anyone's legend come to the rescue of Flandre just in time.
A desperately needed distort or disruption there from AL. They keep their top laner alive, and yeah, it would have only been a pick. There's no neutral objectives that could have been easily accessed by top esports by claiming a pick down on that bot side, but this game is so close at every single juncture. We cannot be giving any single advantage over to either side, really, and just one small pick gives over all of the control on the map. Vigor checking in, actually only 892 AP. Not that Rabadon's boost would have done a lot more in terms of the percentage that the Rabadon's gives you, but every Q now gives him, 2 AP if he kills 2 minions. I expect him to be able to really work his way through that. And one of the lesser known things about Vigor as well, his W is now on a short cooldown, a very, very short cooldown. Every 50 stacks of his passive, his W gets a 10% haircut on the cooldown.
Holy moly.
and it's multiplicative. It's not flat 10%, so it doesn't get to like a 0 cooldown, but even still, every 50 stacks, that Vigor W going down even slower.
Hong's in trouble. Mega Inferno Bomb from the skies. Top Esports lose out on their support for the next 33 seconds. And this could be the Panda's window to continue the chase. Kanavi knocked up by the Death Charge, forced to use the EQ fire. But Shake set the Primordial Burst on his way out and sends it back to the shadows. Top Esports trying to fight out back against Jackie Love now, unleashing the curtain call, looking for a triple. Cream finishes off Shanks, looking for Hope, gets the triple anyway. And even in Top Esports' darkest moment, it is Jackie Love that steps up and saves their game.
The Jackie Love MVP for the regular season finally comes home to roost. This entire series we've been waiting for him to step up, and it's when anyone's legend step too far forward, he does exactly that.
Top Esports looking to secure the Baron for themselves. There's no jungler, no smite on the side of anyone's legend, but no one can threaten them. Watch this replay again.
And Kanavi goes in. This is after Hong has already been picked. Flash forward from Shanks. Primordial Burst goes through. It follows him through the flag and drag. This is the execute power of a Vigor. But in a 5 versus 3, AL feel like, yes, they should be able to step forward, but they're dancing between 2 turrets here. Cream's able to pump out DPS on the side, and the carries get split from their front line, leaving Hope at the mercy of Cream, at the mercy of fourth shots. Fortunately, Flandre was able to get out to safety, but you can see how much Top Esports and how much it is to them. A deny of an Infernal, a little bit less here in terms of that power curve for anyone's legend, but even still, you can see how, with the gold being just a 2k advantage, Top Esports aren't comfortable to try and take these fights. They know that these mages are still a threat.
Yeah, they are not out of the woods yet. They are not that much closer to having an insane and game-defining advantage over anyone's legend, because the scaling of these two mages from Shanks and Hope are so terrifying, so threatening. But the fact that Top Esports are able to continue to maneuver themselves out of these scenarios gives just credence to how well this team has leveled up this year.
I want to take a look at Jackie Love's build path here. Importantly, more of Malmortius being picked up, so the MR very powerful, as caught in the cage. Hong again.
It's a Mega Inferno Bomb. Tarzan finishes off the kill, flashing
the
red.
taxi.
Jackie Love, he knows that he doesn't have any summoner spells. And just like that, Jackie Love was able to save the game last time, but no summoner spells this time means that he can't do anything except fall to Tarzan Xinjiao. Cream marks off Flandre and prevents him from getting into the fight, as Kanavi might be in no man's land, but able to flag drag away back to safety. Top Esports now without their bot lane for the next 40 seconds.
Yeah, they're looking to try and take some turrets in the mid lane here. That tier 1 turret is still standing strong. Hope is basing. He's got teleport to get back in here. And with that satchel, you can do some meaningful damage very quickly. Remember, mages do damage based on their ability power to those turrets. So expectation is that they'll be able to take down more than one, maybe a second one in that mid lane. But instead, they turn. Kanavi's able to bait them back and actually able to get only one turret. And the Baron buff keeps from AL getting anything
Rude,
more.
I'm gonna come in and try and reconnect to Discord real quick. We're getting Roboto Rude at the moment. We want you back in full strength as anyone's legend now taking up space on this bottom river. There's no real objectives to play for, as Kanavi missed the EQ flag and drag, but no one from anyone's legend can really punish, but they're looking for the Mega Inferno Bomb setup. Cream forced to go into stasis right on top of the minefield. That's anyone's legend with another kill. And 50 seconds before Cream can come back from spawn. The Panda's going to do everything they can to push with this advantage. They don't have the Baron buff on their side, so it's hard to get through the Baron-empowered minions, but they don't care. They've got a Ziggs on their side. They can easily blow up the second-tier turret, and there's still a couple of minutes and a half before we get another dragon spawning on the Rift.
The pick nature of the AL composition finally comes to bear as Cream does pay for face checking into this really lethal composition. Yes, he's able to use his stasis, and yes, he's even got the Banshees, right? He's got that Verdant Barrier, which is giving him that spell shield for the time being. Unfortunately, not quite proving to be enough to keep him out from danger there. It's a good time for him to have been picked, as far as they do go. But there we go. Shanks there looking at the items. Finally has broken over to that 1000 AP threshold. 1,060 now on the Vigor, the fabled 1,000 AP one-shots. Is very much on the cards. Yes, and there's a lot of MR being picked up, but I don't think it's enough.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's just a certain point where he's going to be able to throw out W's, and that is going to be effective poke. Almost similar to Nidalee Spears from Season 3 era, where you can throw so many spears, and as long as you hit the one, it's enough to force that player to recall or completely evacuate from the objective setup. And I imagine that if anyone's Legend can protect their Vigor around these entrance points when they are walking in to contest that space, that is going to be the gameplay pattern for AL.
Yeah, the problem then comes from the fact that Vigor pressing W on you is pretty illegal. The fact that he needs a large amount of setup for that to happen, right? It's a short-range spell. You know, think like Varus auto attacks. It's that kind of range where you can cast the W and have it be effective. That on top of the fact that it's really tricky for it to land, for it to be hitting effectively, is not something that's all too possible. And you can see actually, you know, in this mid game, we're funneling gold into Shanks. We're funneling our resources into making sure that he can continue to generate that AP. That phenomenal evil will go up into the late game, and one AP could be the difference, especially when there's so much MR being picked up by top esports. The ability to last hit a couple of creeps with a Q could be the difference between taking down a target and leaving them alive.
Hell, you could even save your Primordial Burst for another opponent if you can just one-shot an opponent with QW. Top esports taking their care and trying to find flank angles into this Dragon Pit.
This is soul for top esports if they can get it. AL obviously going to stop them. Mega Inferno Bomb was used. Is Redemption going to stop his recall? 369 is going to be delayed. That's just Dragon.
Yep.
A Mega Inferno Bomb from Hope and a Redemption from Kyle, the only two tools that they needed to keep their Drakes at bay. Look at the items. Everybody on top esports is paying the respect except 369, and they are punishing him for it.
Look at the replay. Look at the picture-in-picture. 369 gets hit by one small bomb and the outer rim of the Mega Inferno Bomb, and that's what causes him to base there.
Yeah, and it's a well-predicted redemption from Kyle as well, just expecting him to, you know, take a couple of steps, find a recall there. Absolutely renders top esports' ability to contest that Drake as nil. And again, you have to look at 369 now to say, you've been the person that steps up in this series so far, but in game number 4 it's actually him who, without that magic resist, you know, has been now forced back, means that they lose out on their ability to fight for that soul, as Tarzan and Kanavi going to come to blows in that top side tri-brush. Just to clear a side wave, Shanks is there, and he's got the support of Tarzan, and you know, we look at this composition for AL, no AD carries. You might think that means that you do Baron very slowly. I promise you, Shanks is dealing 1,000 damage on every W to that Baron. every 2 seconds at this point. I wish I could see the cooldown that W is, because he's got 8 rounds of 10% reduction. So it's going to be very, very low.
And the last time our producer checked, the base cooldown was 3.83 seconds, and that was, I want to say, 3 or 4 minutes ago, so it could even be shorter then. And because you have so much reliable damage coming from Shanks' Vigor to burn down the Baron, you can always save your minefield to ward off those entrance choke points. Hope, though, forced to flash away from Cream as he's getting aggressive.
He's dead.
Hope is blown up by Cream. He goes
it's all on Shanks.
Stasis, caught on the advent horizon. Hong tries to follow up, looking for Shanks next. It's got to be the second wizard that falls. Jackie Love unthreatened this time once again. Tarzan doing everything he can to give the world to his last mage in the back line. But Shanks is slain by Kanavi, and Top Esports might have just done it. Tarzan falls next, and it's Flandre, the last one standing. Jackie Love delivers on the promise he made at the end of Split 1 finals and marching to the victory of this series.
3-1, Top Esports send AL packing. Their destiny is no longer in their hands, and Top Esports, with the minion wave by their side, will sign, seal, and deliver their finals performance.
Top Esports topple the crown from the defending champions, where now an empty throne awaits for one between BLG and Top Esports in the grand final.
A 3-1 for Top. 3 very close games and one absolute stomp to start us off. This game, though, by far the closest. Every fight back and forth, nail-biter. But in that crucial clutch moment, it was a blunder from Hope. He flashes in on one side and then puts himself right back in that danger spot. He sends himself into danger for that second time in a row, and that time he doesn't have a flash to get out to safety. And in a series and in a year where Cream has been mocked and touted as one of the weaker performing members on Top Esports, in the game 4 where it mattered most, his Silas had clutch fights around the Atacon, had clutch implications in this game 4 fight, in that final fight around the mid lane. He's the one that found access. He's the one who sent Hope down. And yes, Jackie Love was there pumping out the consistent damage. Yes, he was more than there for the consistency. But it was Cream that started it off. It was Cream that actually got into that spot and that sends AL packing.
For Top Esports, it was so pivotal, so crucial to have their solo laners step up and display the consistency, the execution, and the boldness that sometimes was missing in their upper final against BLG, because their opponents in Bin and Knight have long been heralded as the best in their role for many, many years here in the LPL. Obviously, 369, a different archetype of player, more of the weak side king, has been able to pull out carry performances from time to time, but he's always been known as the rock, the mountain that remains unyielding and unbreakable, so that Top Esports can play around other members, right? But Cream was the big question mark, and for him to create that play and set up his regular season MVP 80 carry in Jackie Love to knock them all down, pure cinema in the way for Top Esports to advance to grand finals for a rematch against BLG.
Yeah, and that rematch is one that you do not want to miss. It was a 5-game series that could have easily gone Top Esports' way the first time out. And hopefully for our grand finals tomorrow, we will see the exact same thing for Top. The job's not done. This doesn't secure them anything other than a rematch. For AL, had they won this series, it would have been them going on to Worlds and being that second team to be known as a representative for the LPL. But this time now, it's Top Esports who can sign their own ticket to Worlds. It's done with a win tomorrow, and a grueling series up against BLG does await them. But with their destiny in their hands, AL now going to sit and watch with bated breath tomorrow and honestly hope that BLG can take the series.
Hang on. Did you just say you hope BLG can take the series?
That's what AL are wanting.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that.
AL are sat there.
That's my bad. Yes, I agree. The Pandas, unfortunately for them, did not have the execution needed to be able to control destiny. And now their fate is in the hands of another team, of 2 teams in the grand final. I do want to go to the predictions, though, because a proper celebration is in order for my fellow co-caster on my right. Rudude, alongside Yanni and our wonderful stats wizard, Semyaz, were victorious and correct in their prediction of a 3-1 victory for Top Esports. I have to say, I take the L on the chin.
You didn't flip-flop, which is good.
Yeah, no. I committed, and I still think that if anyone's legend were performing a bit better, I don't know. Maybe I'm
like 5% better. 5%
yeah, just
better.
5% better. If they were, because the first 2 games of the series, at least when it came to the early game, it was just very, very uncharacteristic of anyone's legend, given the run they were making in the lower bracket. But Top Esports, not wasting a single moment to punish them. There's even moments in this game where anyone's legend were having the advantage, they were scaling on up, and they gave windows to Top Esports to punish where they could.
Yeah, I mean they're just different, and I think that for Top, again, we highlighted through the first couple of games that 369 was their MVP for them for a reason. And I like that in game number 3, we actually got to see the double duo of Kanavi and Jackie Love have their own marks. Kanavi stealing the Atacon, multiple massive cataclysms to set up for who I believe is going to get the MVP for this game in Jackie Love, to absolutely tear them to shreds. Like this fight in particular, You know, Jackie, he feels like he gets caught because he's hooked up by Kyle here, but then he's able to turn the fight back around, able to more than easily distribute the damage that was necessary. And Flandre, without it being a part of it, really did cost them quite dearly. No front line there was a bit of an issue, but even still, Jackie Love has a massive fight there. A worthy victor, I'd like to think.
Throughout the entire series, I felt like Jackie Love was kind of in the backpack. He obviously in the game 1 victory with the Yunara, he was pumping out the damage, but he wasn't the focus. He wasn't the star because everyone else around him was playing so above the expectations we had going into the series that he wasn't necessarily a focus. And we said that that was a good thing for top esports when the rest of your team is playing so damn well that you as Jackie Love, a incredible player, just off of the legacy that you have boasted since your rookie debut winning a world championship with IG, you don't have to worry. You don't have to work as hard in the backline. You just get the free fire. That's a dream world for any AD carry. But Jackie Love recognizing that this game 4 needed a little bit of extra juice, a little bit of extra sauce. And I said it, Rude. I thought that Jackie Love on something like a Jhin was not going to be able to do it. You're not going to have nearly as much agency and freedom to do it. I was wrong. I was wrong.
I will always remember Jackie Love's series versus IG in Split 1, where he curves the bullet on his ulti, snipes Rookie between 2 people. Jackie Love Jhin is incredible, and he has the ability to make these game-winning plays. And I don't know that there was anything that was necessarily game-winning here in this game, but the consistency and his ability to always be able to pump out damage was exactly what they needed.
Many game-saving moments, I think, was the key. The fact that Kanavi set up Hope's flash to be burned in that one dragon fight, and Jackie Love says, screw this, I am killing this rat on my screen. I'm flashing for his head. And then being able to bait Kyle and Shanks and Tarzan into that choke point where then he turns around for a triple. Very deserved, as Jackie Love at least delivers on the promise he made at the end of Split 1 finals and helps bring top esports to a rematch with BLG in the grand finals.
And all that to come tomorrow. It's going to be such a big series. We get to crown our 3rd champion, maybe, of 2025, or we get to recrown top esports, see if they can reclaim their title after Split number 1 went so well for them. And I'd like to see top esports make it back to that international to try and defend their honor almost after what was a miserable showing at first stand.
What a awesome reality it would be for top esports if they can make this push, continue the momentum, get revenge on the BLG tomorrow in the grand finals, and then are given the opportunity to rewrite the narrative about them always stumbling on an international stage. I know that many LPL fans, especially long-term ones and international fans that have seen top esports time and time again, they receive the hype about top esports. They're like, okay, well, let's see it. And then they have their fumbles. They fall and not able to claw their way through. But I will give the benefit of the doubt for top esports one last time for this year, as I know that nothing is official, but we have heard things. We've seen the news about Jackie Love dealing with some health issues. This potentially could be his last year, and I would love for Jackie Love to give, if this last year is his swan song in competitive League of Legends esports, I would love for him to be able to have the opportunity to give his best run internationally since winning World Championship in 2018.
And it really would just be the good send-off. Hopefully, of course, he can battle through whatever it is that he's struggling with, and continue to have a very long, prosperous career. I mean, from a Worlds win in 2018 up to still playing in 2025, and now looking to make another Worlds appearance. It's certainly one of the best LPL AD carry careers that we've seen. Obviously, there's a lot to contend with. There's a very good roster of AD carries that he's battling alongside. But even still, it'd be good to see him continue that. And with the 3-1 here today, he finds himself with an opportunity tomorrow to get to yet another Worlds event. Our full bracket then for playoffs has been written. Just one more result to etch into the history books.
Top Esports have the opportunity to advance to the World Championship stage and claim a second domestic title here in 2025. But they're going to have to do it against BLG, who sent them to the lower finals in the first place, the ones who stood triumphant after a long and grueling full 5-game series in that upper bracket final. But with the confidence and the boldness shown by 369 and Cream in their series against anyone's legend today, it might just be the confidence needed for Top Esports to put on their best performance yet. But of course, that ends our broadcast tonight, Rude. I can't believe it! Lower finals written in the books. Anyone's legend now waiting on the sidelines to see with eager eyes what happens in that grand final match between BLG and Top Esports. But before we conclude our broadcast today, y'all, we want to give a huge shout out to our elite coffee supporters, Aaron Soup Mung and Forrest Without. Their pledged financial contribution helps level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. Now, remember, after Grand Finals tomorrow, that is the big kahuna of this entire Split 3, but we still have a Split 3 regional gauntlet broadcast that we will be doing and planning for after this finals weekend concludes. But this is it, y'all. We're gonna send another team to Worlds tomorrow, whether that's anyone's legend off of BLG winning or Top Esports sending themselves and picking up another crown here in 2025. Rude, any last words before we close it out?
Just got to make sure that people tune in tomorrow. We are going to crown our Split 3 champions. Will we have a 2-time winner like we have had for 2023, 2024? Are we going to get a team win 2 titles in 1 year, or are we going to get to see the first time in a couple of years where we get a different winner across each different split? You'll have to find out tomorrow. Come back in. We've got a great show lined up for you, so you just don't want to miss it.
And on a more personal note, this will be my last broadcast with the LPL English for the season, as I will not be available to help out for the regional finals gauntlet next week. So I just want to give a most sincere and grateful thanks to... no, I'm not. I told my producer is... my producer thought otherwise. No, but this is my last night, y'all. So it has been an absolute pleasure. I have loved covering this region and getting to know the stories that have been so criminally undertold in the past. And I think the thing that Zell, Kai, Dimitri, and Kelsey have helped first brought to my attention during the off season, and with the help of so many awesome colleagues at my side, it has been it's been an unforgettable and such an awesome experience, and I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. So thank you all so much. Shout out to our socials team, our mod team, and everyone in chat in the community that has been supporting this product from the beginning, ever since the Masia Cup. So shout out to y'all, and hopefully see you all again in the future.